Getting better at that. Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the June 23rd Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Treasurer Wagner, please call the attendance roll.
Mr. Craig?
Here.
Mr. Crossett?
Here.
Mr. Lindy?
Here.
Ms. Mapp?
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Here.
Vice President Bolton?
Present.
President Moffett?
Here. And before we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, I want to apologize to everyone that we were delayed coming out of exec session. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we weren't trying to be this late, so we apologize for being delayed. And let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We didn't have students.
I know, I miss the kids.
That would be a good idea. We didn't have students. That's the reason why we were all kind of delayed, like, what's going on? So maybe we should have a recording bank of students, Superintendent Murphy. Superintendent Murphy, just give us a recording bank of students. Like, let them all record, and then we'll, all right. Vice President Bolton, please explain the virtual hearing process to the public.
Thank you very much. Happy to do so. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve the June 23rd business meeting agenda. Is there any additions, deletions?
I'd like to make the motion, Madam President, to approve as written with the addition of the possibility of the board having any discussion or decision about authorizing the administration to begin the process regarding the sale of property.
All right. So let's add that. Do you oppose to adding that under board matters?
That's great.
Inquiries and updates?
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
If it pleases the board.
Absolutely. Is there a motion and a second to approve the June 23rd business meeting agenda with the revision to add sale of property under board matters, inquiries, and updates? I need a first and a second.
A second.
And I'll do it first.
I'm sorry. Vice President Bolton is the first. Board Member Crossett is the second. And Treasurer Wagner, please call the voting roll.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg? Yes. Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. Tonight's agenda is approved with revisions. Let's now begin tonight's meeting, readdressing the board's membership in professional organizations. I think I wanted us to have a little bit of clarity around what we decided on. We discussed, but we didn't really vote on anything the last time with regard to membership in professional organizations. Just for the public to be brought up, we talked about the Council of Great City Schools contract. They have graciously offered us the opportunity to kind of freeze our membership. There was discussion on the floor about putting half that money aside for another year, but we didn't really talk about that. So I just wanted to revisit this one last time under the guise of the budget with the board members, that we are going to freeze our membership. We're still a member, but they're allowing us the opportunity to not pay for this upcoming year. And is that acceptable to everyone? Vice President
I think
Bolton.
it's very gracious on their part, recognizing that school districts throughout the country are faced with these particular challenges, and I think it allows us to remain as a cohort to the Council on Great City Schools, on which I know Member Craig serves as a trustee, and it allows us, as I say, to continue, but at this time not to necessarily have the financial burden as well. So I think it's gracious, and I think it's a great idea.
Great. Any other discussion? Okay. Do we need to vote? All right. So now we have a, let's see. Give me just a minute to change my page. So we have a resolution advocating for full funding of the Fair School Funding Plan. There was a really gracious motion and resolution by the City of Cincinnati, City Council members to do this. Our board is also requesting that there is fair funding, full funding of the school funding plan. The resolution is on board docs. Do you have that up, Rob? Thank you so much. Board members, would you like to read it? Okay, well then I'm going to tell them that they read it. Everybody get 2, because there was 14 of them. So let's start at the top, Rob, and let's let the board members just read 2 of them and read it quickly, board members.
Where are we starting?
At the beginning. Board member Mapp, we'll start with you. Unless you want us to start on the other. Board member Crossett, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Board Member Mapp. Whereas the Ohio Constitution guarantees a thorough and efficient system of common schools throughout the state, and the Ohio Supreme Court has repeatedly ruled that the state school funding system must be both adequate and equitable, and not excessively reliant upon local property taxes, which leads to disparities in educational opportunities between districts. And whereas nearly 90% of Ohio school-age children attend public schools, making it essential that the state budget adequately supports public education. And
whereas the Fair School Funding Plan, developed through a bipartisan effort led by State Representatives Robert Cupp and John Patterson, with significant input from superintendents, treasurers, educators, and policy experts, established a transparent, needs-based formula to determine the actual cost of educating each student, district by district, built on the principle of shared responsibility between the state and local communities. And whereas the Fair School Funding Plan was enacted by the 134th General Assembly through a 6-year phase-in and has made meaningful progress towards stabilizing and equalizing public school funding across Ohio, which must be continued to achieve an adequate and equitable system of funding public schools. And
whereas the Fair School Funding Plan is not a static formula, but one that requires regular updates based on current economic realities and evolving student needs to maintain its effectiveness. And whereas provisions in the proposed FY fiscal year 26-27 state budget threaten the Fair School Funding Plan integrity by undermining or underfunding the state share of the current cost to educate Ohio's youth and reverting to residual budgeting practices that not only disregard the Fair School Funding Plan, but also do not have an objective and systematic approach to determining the cost of educating a student in Ohio. And
whereas the budget currently proposed in the 2026-27 state budget significantly underfunds the Cincinnati Public School District over the next 2 years, compared to what would be provided under a fully funded Fair School Funding Plan. And underfunding the Fair School Funding Plan will force districts to return to the ballot more often, shifting the burden to our local taxpayers. And
whereas school districts rely on funding guarantees to prevent drastic decreases in state funding from year to year, and any reduction to funding guarantees would destabilize educational services, harm students, and shift financial burdens onto local taxpayers or force cuts to essential programs. Now therefore be it resolved that the Cincinnati City School District Board of Education
1, strongly supports a state budget that includes the continued implementation and full funding of the Fair School Funding Plan, using current research-based inputs that reflect today's educational and economic realities. 2, opposes any proposals to cut funding from districts currently receiving funding guarantees, as such actions would create financial instability and negatively impact students and communities.
3, opposes legislative efforts to impose arbitrary limits on district cash balances or withhold voter-approved levy revenues, as such actions erode local control over district finances and management and hinder districts' ability to plan and operate effectively. 4, calls upon the Ohio General Assembly and the governor to uphold their commitment to fair and adequate school funding by ensuring that the current and future biennial budgets fully fund the Fair School Funding Plan with updated cost calculations to reflect the actual cost of educating Ohio students. And 5, encourages fellow school districts, educational organizations, and community stakeholders to advocate for an equitable school funding system that supports all Ohio students.
Thank you, board members. Is there any further discussion? Treasurer Wagner, please call the roll.
Did we get a second?
Well, I need a motion to approve what we just read. And a second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Treasurer Wagner.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossen? Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes.
And thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer Wagner, do you want to briefly just talk about, we've approved this resolution, but there is a budget that is going to be passed by the state June 30th, potentially signed by the governor with some vetoes, hopefully. But what does this really mean for CPS?
So this particular resolution is asking to preserve the funding formula. Originally, the old formula was ruled unconstitutional 4 times because of its over-reliance on property wealth. This funding formula is better because the dollars follow the students. It still has an over-reliance on property wealth, but it's better than it was before. So the governor's budget, the House version, and the Senate version all hurt our funding in different ways, much of which is captured here. But I do have a presentation in a little bit that goes over a bunch of the state language that is being voted on Wednesday. Okay. And so there'll be a call to action for activity tomorrow, and we'll send this up tomorrow as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to, next on our agenda is a resolution supporting changes to state and local laws to increase the penalties for vehicle moving violations in school safety zones. So I read the title. I'm going to ask each board member to read one line, and then this is super, super significant with us because we take safety in our school zones very, very seriously. We want our students to make it to school safe and to get home safe. So this is what we're getting ready to read is a resolution supporting changes to state and local law to increase penalties for vehicle moving violations in school safety zones. Let's start with Board Member Matt. Read the first line.
Whereas the Cincinnati City School District Board of Education supports efforts to increase safety for student pedestrians, and
Whereas Western Hills High School student Gabby Rodriguez was involved in a fatal pedestrian traffic accident on her way to school in September 2018. Other CPS students have also been seriously injured in traffic accidents while walking to and from school. And
whereas students in the Western Hills High School Pedestrian Safety Team recently met with the Board of Education and Cincinnati City Council to advocate for more public awareness and stronger measures to enforce traffic and pedestrian safety in school safety zones, and
Well, thank you. Whereas there is significant student pedestrian activity within CPS school safety zones during the mornings and afternoons, including students and family members walking to and from school, and students loading and unloading on buses, and
Whereas the Board of Education is supportive of efforts by state and local lawmakers to increase safety for student pedestrians.
Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education urges state and local officials to adopt stronger penalties for vehicle moving violations in school safety zones.
I need a motion and a second.
so moved.
second.
Treasurer, any other discussion? Treasurer Wagner? Yes.
Make
Vice
one
President
addition that I think is really kind of helps clarify this. This came up as an action by the legislature, and it's been discussed, but the thing that I thought was kind of captured, besides the fact that we're so care about our kids and that people are concerned about the safety school zones. One of the ideas is that they match the penalties and the preoccupation and advocacy that we have regarding the kinds of vehicular activities inside construction zones. And I think making that comparison where, you know, people are out in a dangerous situation, and I think it's very, very important. And I think that's sort of captured some of the imagination of the legislators up in Columbus, and very supportive of this resolution.
Thank you. This was actually, we got a presentation in case you were not able to watch it. I think it was 2 meetings ago. Some students came and presented to us what they also presented to the state legislators up in Columbus around school safety. So this is capturing some of their voices as well. Treasurer Wagner, I'm sorry, Board Member Lindy.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to just acknowledge and appreciate the students who gave a presentation here at a recent meeting and their teacher, Mr. Demery at Western Hills High School. I know I mentioned this last time, but he has been at this issue with his students at least as long as I've been on the board, which is 5.5 years. And I think both the perseverance and also the collaboration with student advocacy is a big deal and a good thing for us to do. That is all.
Thank you. Treasurer Wagner.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossen?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. Last thing under old business is a resolution determining to proceed with submission of a renewal tax levy. Rather than have all the board members read this, I'm going to defer this to the budget committee members to read this. And this is kind of your thing, money. Yes, wake up, wake up. So board members Crossett, Craig, and Vice President Bolton, would you begin with Crossett and read the resolution determining to proceed with submission of a renewal tax levy?
Whereas this Board of Education at its meeting on the 19th day of May 2025 by resolution duly adopted and determined the necessity of a renewal tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation for the benefit of this school district for the purpose of providing funds for the emergency requirements of the school district in the amount of $48 million per year for a 10-year period, commencing in 2026, first due in calendar year 2027. And provided that the question of levying said renewal tax shall be submitted to the electors of said school district at the election to be held on November 4th, 2025, and
Whereas the county auditor has certified to the Board of Education that the total current tax value of the school district is $9,506,911,480, and that the estimated average annual levy required to produce said annual amount, assuming the evaluation of the school district remains constant throughout the life of the levy, is 5 5/100 mils for each $1 of taxable value, which is $175 for each $177, I'm sorry, for each $100,000 of the county's auditor's appraised value.
Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Cincinnati City School District, and then we'll do section and 1, 2, I'll do 1, that the Board of Education hereby determines to proceed with the submission of the question of such renewal emergency levy, the emergency levy, to the electors of the school district at the election held on November 4th, 2025. Section 2, that the tax shall be levied upon the entire territory of the school district. The school district has territory within Hamilton County and no other county.
Section 3, that the treasurer of this Board of Education be and is hereby directed to certify the following to the Board of Elections. A resolution of this Board of Education determining the necessity of renewing said tax and said election. B, this resolution. C, the total current valuation of this school district and the amount of the average tax levy expressed in dollars and cents for each $100 of valuation, as well as in mills for each $1 of taxable value, as calculated and certified by the county auditor, and D, the number of years said levy is to run, and to notify the Board of Elections to cause notice of such election to be given as required by law. The school district has territory in Hamilton County and no other county.
Section 4, that the form of ballot upon which the question of renewing said tax shall be submitted to the electors shall be substantially as follows.
We don't have to read out. We'll just skip that part. You can read it. That's a lot.
All right. And then section 5 is that it is found and determined that all formal actions of the Board of Education concerning and relating to the adoption of this resolution were adopted in the open meeting of the Board of Education, and that all deliberations of the Board of Education and any of its committees that resulted in such formal action were in meetings open to the public in compliance with all legal requirements, including section 121.22 of the Ohio Revised Code.
That's great. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Treasurer Wagner.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. So under new business acknowledgements and announcements, I am going to begin with giving the board members each a pin. We have been acknowledged by the Cleveland, take one, that's down. The Cleveland NAACP, and Rob's putting that on the screen. Thank you, Rob. The Cleveland NAACP Education Committee has presented the Cincinnati Public School Board with the Guardian of Justice Award for our stance on DEI. So everyone has received a pin and a plaque.
Okay.
This was presented at their meeting in June, and we weren't able to make it to Cleveland, but just wanted to show you all the plaque. Do board members have any other announcements?
A couple.
You do? Board Member Weinberg.
All right, so if you can look on the screen, first up, I just wanted to say congratulations to Miss Ebony Joe, who recently got honored a couple of weeks ago at our CPS Employee of the Year banquet. She also recently completed her degree and became CPS first graduate of the Western Governors University, a program that assisted individuals who wanted to pursue education and serve as a pipeline for new teachers. So Ebony recently graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Elementary Education. So let's give Ebony a big round of applause. And Miss Ebony Joe is a Senior Support Specialist at Rising Star on Vine.
Hey.
On the next slide, I just wanted to kind of give some kudos to, oh, there it is, sorry. I'm trying to follow along here with my slides as well. Just wanted to say congratulations to the Walnut Hills track and field team on being honored at City Hall. We had rising seniors Malachi Lawars, Tazar Prophet, and a recent graduate, Haviland Fairman. They were recognized with resolutions for their hard work and their dedication and commitment to their sport. Malachi broke a 31-year-old 400-meter record at Walnut Hills High School, and both Tazar and Haviland placed 11th and 10th at the Ohio State Division I meet. Malachi and Haviland ended their season by competing at the Adidas Outdoor Nationals, which was held this weekend in Greensboro, North Carolina. I also would like to give a huge shout out to another CPS school, which was Taft High School. Taft Senators, their track and field team, they closed out with a bang at the Division II state track meet. As you can see on the screen, we have, and sorry if I'm butchering the last name, but we have Lorenzo McMullen. Awesome job, was a state runner-up in the high jump. So he placed second place at the state meet. Then we have Javion Jarman, 7th in the 100-meter dash. And then we ended with the 4x1 of Eddie Holloway, Marcus Hawkins, Monsana Tobert Jr., Javion Jarman, and they had an alternate of Zion Baker, and they placed 5th overall. So if we could give Taft High School and, of course, Walnut Hills High School a big round of applause. those two particular schools were the only representation at the state meet, so they get a big round of applause for that as well. And then on my last slide, I just wanted to give a huge kudos to our very own CPS graduate, former employee and advocate Paul McMillan III, on opening his brunch spot in the heart of Bond Hill. It was great to attend with my colleague here, and just to be able to see CPS graduates excelling, giving back, and making strides in entrepreneurship. And I just wanted to say, make sure you go out and support Brunch Deluxe. It's open and great food. And let's give him a big round of applause as well. And I'm done.
Any other board member kudos? Board Member Craig.
So I will more or less make an announcement, but not necessarily kudos, but over the weekend, a giant in our community passed away, Jim Johnson, who was the founder of the Swell program. I am a alum of the Swell program, as well as many other CPS students over the years. And so I just wanted to send a shout out to him and to his family as they are going through their process. But again, this is a person who dedicated his life to making sure that all of the legal profession is reflective of what the community looks like. And so he's a giant among giants, and he will be sadly missed, but I know that the Swell program currently has several CPS students in it this year, and will continue on in his name.
Okay. All right. So Superintendent Murphy, do you have any announcements, retirements, or kudos?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So first I want to start off with we're going to start with the announcements. Great. So we have CPS applied for funding from the city for the RAP, which you are all familiar with, to support our children experiencing homelessness, and they have been awarded $147,250 for that new programming for the upcoming school year. Very happy about that. Yeah, thank you. And then we want to acknowledge the following CPS staff members for being recognized this year by Adopt a Class. Our school champion of the year. And Adopt a Class is not only in Cincinnati Public Schools, but in many school districts across our region. But Antonio Fernandez, from the resource coordinator at Roberts Academy, congratulations to him. And then CPS has two Teachers of the Year who were acknowledged. The first, Mr. Doug Toller, a teacher at Withrow University High School, and Elena Williams, a teacher at Woodford Academy. Congratulations. And my next kudos, Board Member Weinberg did an exceptional job of acknowledging our OHSAA Division II State Track and Field Championships. And so here's another acknowledgement of those teams. Congratulations. And then we do have some retirees that we want to honor, both on the certificated and non-certificated or civil service side of the house. And we will start with a couple of teachers. Rob is so talented. Tanya J. DeLone, a teacher, English as a second language teacher. Congratulations to her. And Robin D. Grimes, an English as a second language teacher. Rainey Harsh, on the next slide, is a teacher at Walnut Hills High School. And Paulette A. Meyer, a daily substitute teacher in our district. We have a couple of more teachers. Walter T. Raines, who teaches at Western Hills University High School, and Andrea L. Spalsler, a teacher at Mount Washington School. And then finally, civil service, okay, this was an ad, I believe. Wanda Williams, a teacher with our hospital satellite program. And then on the civil service side, we have Judith Cherry, an occupational therapist assistant with the Department of Student Services. Congratulations to all of our employees who are retiring.
All right. Vice President Bolton, the chair is now yours. Okay. Sorry about that. The chair is now yours to please conduct the hearing of the public.
Thank you very much. And we'll read this so folks will know what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. We are now on the item of our agenda for hearing the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you're online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go to interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to live stream meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. Do we have anyone online, Rob?
Madam Vice Chair, we have 2 online speakers today.
If it pleases the board, we'll start with the online folks, and then we have around 18 speakers here tonight. So, Rob,
Thank you. Our first speaker tonight is going to be Jillian Whittaker. Jillian, you can go and unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. I don't know how to. Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Jillian Whittaker. I am a teacher, parent, and community member. I want to just share 2 main concerns. First, the district is missing a valuable opportunity by not including teachers in budget discussions. Central office and admin may see the big picture, but we see daily where money could be saved without cutting staff. One example, most high schools could switch to laptop cards. This would drastically reduce the cost of replacing lost or broken devices, which has to be literally in the millions, and solve the issue of students who are arriving unprepared. Small, practical changes like this could have a big impact. Second, I want to respond to Mr. Lindy's comments about curriculum and training. He cited a pre-COVID study stating that materials are 40 times more effective than reducing class sizes. But that study looked at K-3 classes with 13 to 25 students. In CPS high schools, we're teaching 32 to 35 students. Last year, I had a class with 42. No curriculum, no matter how strong or well implemented, can overcome that level of overcrowding. You also share graphs comparing 3rd and 8th grade reading progress. The gap isn't due to poor curriculum use, it's due to resources. K-3 gets major investment to meet the 3rd grade reading guarantee, and after that, unless a student has an IEP or a 504, support drops off. Our ability to offer reading interventions after 3rd grade is extremely limited. You stated that only 27% of ELA teachers fully implement the curriculum, but where did that number come from? How was it measured? I've never been asked if I use it. The issue isn't training, it's that the curriculum doesn't meet our student needs. By 9th grade, students are expected to read to learn, but many are still reading at a 4th through 7th grade level. That affects performance across all subjects. Our curriculum doesn't support older students still learning to read. That's one of the reasons we were supposed to pilot new ELA materials this year. If we do have funding, we should be hiring middle school reading and math specialists to support students who need help but don't qualify for special ed, not investing in training for a curriculum that doesn't serve all students. Please utilize your teachers. We're highly educated and deeply experienced. We're in a crisis, let us help solve it. Relying only on data and not on classroom expertise will only keep us stuck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Deborah Brock. You can go and unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Tonight, I'm speaking in support of social workers. I come to you as a product of CPS, as a past school social work intern, and as a current school social worker who joined the district in November. And while I rejoined recently, I joined the team knowing what my role entails and grateful to be here for our kids. Social workers are trained and we're subject matter experts in empathy, perspective considering, crisis intervention, and social emotional learning. We are the trainers. We're trained in advocacy, and while I can't share specific examples because of confidentiality, I can tell you that I've given our students a platform to be able to express feelings that they felt were unheard. And in doing that, I'll go back. In doing that, I was just following what I was trained to do. I observed, I built rapport, I made connections, and I honed in on the strengths of our community. I made sure that my presence is seen and heard, that through floods, crises, and grief, our students understand the importance of coping with and advocating for their needs. Social workers are necessary, and so is our active presence. Because when someone's at their lowest point and their coping skills aren't working and they're dysregulated and they need a safe space, we're who they go to. Social workers do so much. We assist with any interruptions to their success, including attendance, and we're on the front lines making sure that we're doing home visits and connecting with our families. Taking social workers from the building could be detrimental. And as one of those 8 social workers, I'm speaking because I would be remiss if I didn't advocate for our students needing our active presence in every building. I understand that we're in a deficit, but I hope that if you're at all able to, you reconsider making cuts into this integral and extremely needed role. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that it? Thank you. We have a number of speakers, and let me get started. If she is still here, Jessica Davis, if you're still here to speak, come on down. She said she might have to leave before we would get started. Is she here? Then we have April Austin, who does not wish to speak, but has a public statement to enter into the record. And so we'll then go to Ramika Smith, Abria Drummonds, Carolyn Green, and Sarah Madrigal. Come on down, please. And Jessica Davis had to go. We'll start with Ramika Smith. You'll come to the podium. Then it'll be Abria Drummond and Carolyn Green and Sarah Madrigal. Thank you for being here.
I am the mother of 2 children in Cincinnati Public Schools, an advocate for many more, and I have no idea what is happening in the district. Initially, I was willing to believe that it was due to lack of engagement in the school building or in the community, so for the last 2 years, I have sat on 2 LSDMCs, and I'm the president of the PTA, and I am still utterly lost. We parents are constantly and consistently left out of the decision-making process, but at the same rate are held accountable for adhering to all of the decisions that you make for us. You claim a lack of parent engagement, but then you make decisions so rashly that we are kept in crisis mode dealing with the fallout of your choices. We don't have time to adjust to one decision that you have made about what we have to do before you make another tactile, strategic decision that will throw us into chaos once again. You decide we need more middle schools and we have to turn our lives upside down to readjust to our educational plans for our students. You say start times will change and we must figure out how to adjust our work schedules to accommodate the changes. You put lies on report cards and we don't find out until too late that our children cannot read. You decide to change communication platforms and testing standards and we are left to scramble searching complicated websites and emails trying to understand how your decisions affect us. You replace teaching with technology, all while telling us we're bad parents because our children are addicted to their phones, while your policy demands that they come with their laptops and tablets charged and face consequences if they do not. And do you know how I found out about these changes that you have made that will affect every facet of my life? Through the last-minute emails sent at random points in the night, through interviews with NPR and Channel 12 informing parents, but never transparently and never before the decision is made. You decide, and we face the consequences of your decisions. I say no more. And if I could speak to the people sitting around this dais, not to the people sitting around the dais, but to parents in this room and at home, I would say you have the power. We do not have to just go along with whatever you say. We will not continue to be reactionary to the decisions, and our children will not be set up for failure.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm Abria Drummons, the parent of 3 school-age children in Cincinnati. I stand before you today not just as a parent, but as a passionate advocate for every family in our district. The white we wear today represents the systemic whiteout of the very voices that matter most, the parents. We are here tonight not begging, but demanding genuine parent voice and true representation of our children in the decisions you make. We are not just names on the ballot. We are not just taxpayers, nor should we be mere recipients of policies. We are ununionized first teachers, the first line of defense and the most unwavering champion. Our lived experiences, our deep knowledge of our children's unique needs is not just valuable, it's indispensable. When decisions are made without the direct, honest input of the families who live with the consequences, those decisions become disconnected, ineffective, and often harmful. We demand authentic foundational collaboration. It means centering the voices of parents from every corner of our community, especially those who have historically been marginalized and ignored, not checking boxes on emails. CPS bylaw 0169 implicitly grants the board the discretion to manage the agenda. If the board chooses to include an item on the agenda, it does so at its discretion. You have the power to amplify the parent voice. Establish a formal, empowered parent advisory committee that reports at every board meeting with diverse, rotating members who can provide regular, direct, and unfiltered feedback to this board. Will you do so? Get rid of the notion that parents don't care. Our shared goal is simple: the success and well-being of every single child in this district. Achieving that requires a partnership where parents are not just partners in name, but in practice. When parents are truly empowered and genuinely represented, we won't just build stronger schools, we'll build stronger futures for our children.
Thank you. Caroline Green, and as she is beginning to speak, if Ms. Helton will come down, and Ms. Dans, and Ms. Boyd. Go ahead. Caroline Green.
That was just 90 seconds of silence. Emerson Colindres was detained for 2 weeks and CPS remained silent. It is truly the silence of our friends and not the words of our enemies that we will remember. In those 2 weeks, CPS found time to make 21 posts on social media. No statement was issued in support of Emerson, who excelled in CPS for 10 years. Relatedly, CPS continues to be obligated to maintain state and federal compliance for EL students and their services.
Sarah Madrigal.
All right, well, I'm back again. I feel like every time I come here, I plan to say something or I have something written, And then my heart just says, go with what you got. And once again, his name is Emerson Colindres. And he was on paper the perfect kid. And if we cannot stand up and root for the perfect kid, we have many kids who are wonderful in every aspect of their lives, but they don't look as perfect on paper. So if y'all remain silent, if you look past him, if he is insignificant to you, to the point where you can make 21 social media posts about the things that we do splashing around the city, but not one post saying, this kid did nothing wrong. He deserves our respect, he deserves dignity, and he deserves to continue to flourish within our community. He had plans, he had dreams, and you all have looked at me. How many times, this is the third time I've stood in front of this board and said, please see my kids. I don't feel seen, they don't feel seen. Nothing that comes out of this board ever gives me the impression that you ask yourselves, what about our immigrant kids? I know I don't get that ever from a. And when I speak to the people who do have access to these meetings, I say, hey, have they done this leading immigrant kids as part of the main discussion or are they an addendum? Every single time they're like, well, we weren't invited to the table. And I don't think y'all actually own that knowledge yourselves. I don't know if you guys have ever been immigrants in another country, if you are immigrants in this country, but I do not believe that you are leading with the knowledge that we need to move our immigrant community forward. If we remain silent on Emerson, guess what that tells me? When other families say, hey, are we safe? I'm gonna say, well, I don't know, because the board won't make a statement. They won't support you, so I can give you my word that I will be at every jailhouse rally. I will be at every thing that I can to support our kids, but I am assuming that all of y'all will remain silent as you have done for our most perfect example of an immigrant child. So I guess my question is, when you say here for kids, do you mean my kids, or do you just mean kids that you personally can relate to? That is the question I have for y'all, and it is going to be my question on repeat.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I think I misread the name. It might be Davis, not Dan's, so it's Davis, Boyd, and Helton. We good? Yep. Kristen?
I believe it's Christian Davis.
Davis, Boyd, and Helton. After those three, we have Hartman and Rizvi and Oakley, it appears. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Christian Davis, and I'm a mother of 9 amazing children, most of whom have attended CPS school over the course of 25 years. For the past 15 years, my children have had the privilege of attending one of the good schools within CPS. My children have had access to teachers and administrators that have invested in them since kindergarten. As a result of having access to caring professionals, exceptional educational resources and opportunities and supports, my children have been exposed to a very rich pre-K through 12 educational experience. My children have performed with international artists, have traveled across the world. My son went to Germany and Austria, Italy and Rome. My daughter Madison, who's up in the seats, was featured in commercials, has had art features with FCC, and recently went to Spain only by being in the 9th grade. But my question is, why isn't this the experience for every CPS student? Why do you have to go to one of the good schools just to have access to that? I just don't understand that. When you drive 20 minutes from the Cincinnati urban core and you look at all the other districts, not any of those districts do you have to say what school does your kid go to for it to be deemed a good school. If you go to Loveland, you go to Sycamore, you go to Madeira, all of those are good schools. All of those kids have access to the same experience that my kids do. Every other school district, every other school in CPS outside of maybe 3 is failing. Our kids don't have access to that. And with the access, they'll never thrive in life. My kids that I listed are also college students and CCP, but that's a program that the board doesn't even elevate. We should have more Black kids graduating from CPS schools with a high school diploma and a college degree for free. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, whenever you're ready. I thought it was supposed to turn green. Sorry. Good evening, school board. My name is Serena Boyd, and I'm the mother of a beautiful daughter that is currently enrolled at Data Montessori. I come to you today as a deeply concerned parent, passionate about parent voices and meaningful parent engagement in our schools. My main concern is limited parent voices from the 66 CPS schools when making permanent decisions for our children. We currently have just one parent representative speaking for all of Cincinnati Public Schools, and that representative is a paid CPS employee. Think about that for a moment. One voice projecting for over 35,000 students and countless families. This simply isn't a true reflection of the diverse voices that need to be at the table when critical decisions are being made for our children's educations and futures. I want to share a quick personal experience that highlights the power of parent support and empowerment. My daughter, Christina, struggled during her 7th grade year. Superintendent Ms. Murphy, you were the principal at Woodward High School. You personally reached out to me, assisted me in developing a plan to get my daughter the help she needed and aligned her with a better school. Today, I'm incredibly proud to have my daughter standing right behind me, on track, thriving, all thanks to that direct support and empowerment from hearing our concerns. This is a powerful example of what parent engagement can and should look like for all people, having someone in each school dedicated to providing that level of support. While this might seem overwhelming to some, I believe it's far less overwhelming than expecting one person to represent the entire CPS district, as there can only be at so many places at one time. We are here today we're not here asking for a spot at the table. We are bringing the table to you. We're asking for a clean slate, a new approach that genuinely represents all of our parents and students. Today, we are the table. We are here with parents, students, and community stakeholders who are demanding to be included in the board's final decisions. This will empower parents, strengthen our schools, and ultimately keep our youth within Cincinnati Public Schools where they belong. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to empowering voices with you, parent voices.
Thank you. We have now Helton and Hartman, and then we will have Rizvi and Oakley. I think it's Oakley. All right.
Hi, my name is Deanna Evans-Helton. Good evening, CPS board members and Madam Superintendent. On Wednesday, June 4th, a recent CPS graduate was arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, at a routine status appointment. From his arrival to the U.S. in 2014 until just 1 month ago, he was one of our kids, and he is now one of our alumni. This forceful separation from his family and the ultimate self-deportation of his remaining household members, including another CPS student, has caused immense stress on them and the community in which they live. The National Association of Social Workers Code of Ethics, Section 6(4), line D, states that social workers should act to prevent and eliminate domination of, exploitation of, and discrimination of many groups, including the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, color, and immigration status. I have personally seen the effects of families being torn apart. I marched in support of our students and have answered the immediate need for supportive services and interventions. However, there is a significant gap of services and access from our ELL students. We have no full-time Spanish-speaking therapists or education support personnel. Maslow's hierarchy of needs states that unless we address students' emotional and environmental needs, we cannot adequately support their academic needs. CPS's diversity and equity and inclusion statement reads, "We recognize the true progress requires intentional efforts to dismantle barriers. Therefore, let us be intentional with our efforts and deliver on this promise." Furthermore, eliminating and decreasing the amount of social workers would directly, negatively affect this promise. Please act in support of all of our students and be here for all of our kids, including those who were not born here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Hartman. I'm the Hartwell social worker. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak on the matter of school social workers. I want to first acknowledge that this has been a very trying and difficult time for our school district in balancing the budget, and I appreciate the sacrifices that have been made for our students. Tonight is proposed to cut 8 school social work positions, including 6 vacant positions and 2 additional filled positions. The 6 vacant positions, which have been discussed in prior board meetings, were not vacant last school year. These vacancies are due to staff changes and requests made by schools. I'm asking the board at this time, how will the responsibilities of these 8 positions, if cut tonight, be fulfilled if no one's hired? If these positions are eliminated, it does not eliminate the need for the crucial services. Who is going to be the safe person for that student? Who will provide the suicide and threat assessments? Who will provide the much-needed social-emotional learning? Who will encourage restorative practices? Who will find the students who have not shown up in the fall? Who will check on the non-registered homeschool families? Who will fulfill Ohio House Bill 410, 123, 318, and ensure the requirements of Aaron's Law is complete? Last school year, I came to school at least 1 hour before, I worked in the evenings, and I worked on the weekends. Not one weekend, every single weekend. And I am still behind, and my chronic absenteeism rate grew 2%. So I'm concerned for our families. I'm concerned for the impact that this will have. On a side note, we are also voting on Hartwell's name. I just want to remind you guys that pre-K will be at the middle school. So please keep that in mind when putting a middle school name and having preschoolers enter the building. Thank you.
Mr. Risby? Oakley, and then also if Brogan and Coleman can start to make their way down, that'd be great. Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ali Rizvi, and I'm here tonight once again to ask and to plead with you to do the right thing. The first time I stood before you, I shared our department's data, including that social workers provided 345 life-saving suicide prevention screenings in just 8 months. The second time, a story about a student who with trauma-informed support went from dozens of serious behavioral incidents to none. Tonight, I'm here to present the evidence and to underscore the urgent need for school social workers. Since 2022, 370 school-aged children have been shot in Cincinnati. 49 have died. Many of them were CPS students, several of which who've died in the past few months. In Ohio, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. For children ages 10 to 14, suicide is the #1 cause of death. Over the past decade, suicide attempts by overdose among Ohio children ages 10 to 12 years old have increased by 5 times. According to the CDC, nearly 1 in 3 high school students reported seriously considering suicide in the past year. Black youth have shown the steepest rise in suicide attempts. Black children under 13 now die by suicide at nearly twice the rate of their white peers. Here in Cincinnati, 61% of children have experienced at least one traumatic event, putting them at risk for all of the aforementioned devastating outcomes. At the last board meeting, some of you stated that student outcomes must drive our financial decisions, but student outcomes are directly linked to the presence of school social workers. Social workers save lives, point blank. Kids show up to school when they feel supported and safe. If we're talking about academic success, districts with social workers report consistently higher graduation rates, and schools with strong social emotional learning support see on average an 11-point increase in academic achievement. As I've said before, when something truly matters, you find a way. And this matters, so I plead to you, please find a way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Oakley, and I'm the school social worker at West High. In discussion at the previous board meeting, it was stated that if something happens to one of our school communities, we can use our district response team to help our kids process the trauma. In my 10 years in the district, I have both been a part of the call-out district response teams, as social workers are assigned to do, and utilize the response team. In the past 8 years at West High, we have called upon the district's team 7 times. We have internally, within our own student services team, ran an additional 11 crisis responses. 4 of those times were days 2 and or 3, as we continued to have students need a place to process, because this is what was not discussed previously. Sure, we can call on each other to help in the moment, but what we, the school social workers, most often deal with is the aftermath, the continuous crisis responses, the processing of the grief, as we are the mental health licensed professionals holding a master's of social work, a social work license, and an ODE license in our buildings. Holding the groups, the random check-ins, the safe spaces when our kids are feeling overwhelmed and angry. It's not a matter of if something happens, because every day something happens in our kids' lives. Our ACEs scores are astronomically high, and the social workers are not here only to provide resources to lower those scores, but to handle the emotions and behaviors that come along with how the brain responds to the trauma. I know the budget cuts are difficult decisions to make, but at minimum, taking away support for our students' mental health will greatly negatively impact their ability to learn and will impact our state report cards. But that aside, our students' lives truly depend on us. The work we do is valuable, essential, and cannot be replaced by others who are also putting in overtime. Thank you for allowing us to be here for the kids and advocate for ourselves so we can continue to advocate for others.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Last summer, we were told to trust the restructuring of multilingual services, that we'd be pleased with the outcome. But instead of progress, we've watched essential supports unravel. On 4/16/25, the culturally responsive psychologist position, created to support equitable MTSS evaluation and culturally appropriate assessment, was never fully staffed. And still, it was reduced from 1.9 to 0.6 FTE for next year. Then, on May 29th, our department leadership had an emergency meeting to decide what else to cut from our already minimal budget. And now, effective today, our Title III funded HCESC consultant is likely being eliminated with cuts to outside vendors. This consultant provides critical support to nearly 6,000 multilingual learners, 147 ESOL teachers, ESOL social workers, and families. Eliminating this role doesn't save general fund dollars, but it does dismantle vital infrastructure for our fast-growing and most under-resourced student population. This isn't about individual roles. It's about systemic disregard for multilingual learners and their staff. As a specialist in multi-tiered systems of support, Robin Coleman is repeatedly asked to be included in policy decisions from a culturally responsive lens, but both ML students and school psychologists have been consistently excluded from meaningful planning and decision-making, despite public claims of equity and inclusion. On November 23rd, concerns were formally raised about the inappropriate iReady use with multilingual learners. Concerns grounded in research and later validated by an expert from Curriculum Associates themselves. Yet CPS continues to invest heavily in this program, promoting it as a universal reading solution.
Thank you. And if Ms. Lopez will come down and Ms. Smith come down.
Hi, I'm Robin Coleman, school culturally responsive psychologist. Why do we continue to overspend on tools that aren't appropriate for all students? I'm going to tell you my hypothesis, that many of the decision makers for these types of things lack the statistical literacy to recognize when a polished sales pitch backed by internally conducted studies and pretty slide decks is masking a fundamentally flawed product that also further diminishes human interaction. Since the ML manager position was reduced from 1.6 to 1.0, our ML gap closing scores have plummeted. In 2022, we met all targets. In 24-25, only 42.7% of our students progressed. We're not closing gaps, we're widening them. CPS also continues to over-identify students for special education. Currently, 21% of our students are identified, far exceeding the recommended 13 to 15% for students for districts just like ours. Even more concerning is the emerging belief that because English learners are under-identified compared to this inflated rate, that we should catch up by qualifying more of them. That's not equity, it's dangerous misuse of identification practices. We lack a culturally responsive MTSS continuum and have not provided the training nor infrastructure to implement one appropriately. My former full-time role was created to support teams unfamiliar with multilingual needs to prevent inappropriate special education identification. That need has not gone away, yet I'm being asked to train myself out of a job this year. With what time, with what resources? We didn't even have enough test kits and protocols last year to do our basic jobs, let alone meet additional demands for every psych having the materials and training to appropriately evaluate and make decisions for culturally diverse students. Thank you.
Thank you.
This lack of infrastructure and support for students and staff, particularly ML students and staff, has real consequences. This year, multilingual students were excluded from summer school planning. Some principals even told staff not to enroll them. Our team had to scramble to enroll students separately. Please tell me how that reflects being here for kids. When a national letter from the Trump administration threatened to withhold federal funding from schools that refused to cut DEI programs, CPS declined to sign it. This was celebrated publicly and featured on television as a bold defense of equity. But the rhetoric hasn't translated into action. We have not seen meaningful efforts to preserve the few remaining resources that support our most marginalized students. The Ohio English Learner Cost Study commissioned by this district was clear. Large urban districts must invest in multilingual leadership. TESOL endorsed educators and targeted student supports. We have failed to act on those recommendations. So today we are not just asking, we are calling for increased administrative capacity for multilingual services, structured collaboration with principals and district leaders, a formal seat at the table, not last-minute feedback after decisions are already made. If we say we're here for kids, it's time to prove it with action, not just words. Equity for multilingual learners must be central, not the side conversation. And just to show you, I am a first-generation Mexican immigrant and came up during a time where these services were not provided. I had to fight tooth and nail for my education. Don't have our kids have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Smith.
Good evening, my name is Carol Smith. I'm a senior accounting tech in the Treasurer's Office and the president of CFOP. I'm here to talk to you about the potential reduction in force. I know school districts all over the state are struggling to balance their budgets, and unfortunately, layoffs are just a reality that we have right now. I greatly appreciate all the work that has been done to avoid or limit rifts as much as possible, but I understand that unfortunately, the reality is they're probably unavoidable. I know it's been a daunting task. I also understand the hesitation to notify employees when you're unsure if it will come to a rift. However, these are human beings that you're dealing with, and I feel that you have a moral responsibility to inform employees when you become aware that there is a possibility they may lose their jobs. Cuts to specific CFOP positions have been discussed that I'm aware of since April, but here we are in June, and as far as I know, there have been no communication with CFOP employees to inform them that their position could possibly be cut. If there has been communication, CFOP leadership has not been informed. Again, I know you're trying hard to avoid it, and I'm hoping that even with the possible cuts, CFOP has enough vacancies so no member will lose their job. But even this could result in a disruption to their lives. The vacant position that they could be put into could be in a different building, they could have a different schedule, their commute time could be different. If they take the bus, that many of our members do, it could be a significantly increased commute time. These changes could then cause issues with childcare and other commitments after work. If you know there is a possibility that a person's position will be cut, the right thing to do is to give them as much advance notice as possible to allow them to plan for this change. I urge the board and administration to have communication immediately with any employee whose position could be identified as a cut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I believe our last speaker is Angela Couch on behalf of CFT. If she'll come down.
Good evening, Superintendent Murphy and members of the board. I'm Angela Couch, Executive Vice President of CFT and also a preschool teacher at Winton Hills Academy. Julie Sellers is unable to attend tonight because she is out of state at a conference, and so I will be speaking on her behalf. Public education in Ohio is under attack. I strongly encourage each of you to contact your legislators before Wednesday. We've been trying to plan a responsible budget, but it's nearly impossible when we don't know which version of the state budget will be adopted. And frankly, none of them are good. One of the most alarming proposals is the elimination of inside millage statewide. This will devastate cities, municipalities, and school districts, including ours. Despite these challenges, I want to share some positive news. Both CFT and CFOP members ratified their contracts with 97% approval. That kind of overwhelming support shows our members' commitment to this district and their willingness to be part of the solution. Lastly, I want to be clear. CFT will fully be involved in any reduction in force discussions. We will fight to make sure that any displaced members are offered available positions within the district. We are committed to protecting our people and the students and families that we serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam President, that concludes the hearing of the public.
Thank you, and thank you to all that spoke. All right. Superintendent Murphy and Treasurer Wagner, please present the CPS budget topic in your presentation.
Madam President, do you want to go over the state budget one first or the budget one first?
Well, which order do you feel it is best?
I prefer the state
Jen's-
budget one first.
Yeah, because Jen's narrative is going to help.
Lead into the budget, yeah.
Okay, well,
Good
let's.
job, Rob, thank you.
So is that I under there, or,
It's-
no,
it's-
no.
It was originally put in under the resolution, the appropriations resolution, but
Okay.
it fits better here.
All right.
I think, sorry, they're enough.
Yeah. Okay, so, next slide. So, we completely agree with Ms. Seller's comments that public school funding is at risk in a big way. And so, next slide. So for CPS, there's a lot of language in a bunch of these bills, but the highest and critical areas of concern for Cincinnati Public Schools is the lack of funding of the state funding formula, which we adopted the resolution earlier. What they did in the state version, the Senate version, is they updated the income measures for the wealth index, but they didn't update the cost factors. And so we got richer when nothing else changed for us, and that caused us to lose $6.3 million overnight, if that version is adopted.
Excuse me, if I could interrupt our distinguished treasurer. If you could, as you were doing this, could you just, when you talk in terms of the multiple versions, if you'll explain to the public the version, that there's a governor version and a Senate and the House and whatever other versions they've come up with?
Yes, thank you. So as part of the biannual budget process at the state level, the governor proposes a budget that would have caused us to lose about $13 million over a 2-year period, his version. Then the House does their version. They take his budget and change it, and they came up with a version. And that would cause our revenues to be almost flat. So and basically what they did in the House version is they set the formula aside, and they said everybody gets a 0.1% increase over last year's revenue. And if you have an enrollment growth, we'll kind of adjust for that. But that doesn't take into any change to any of the categorical funding, such as if you have an increase in students with disabilities or English language learners, gifted, career tech. And so that is not a positive for the long-term view of CPS. The Senate version went back to the formula, but like I said, they updated the income values to the most recent year, but they left the cost factors. And what I mean by cost factor is they calculate the average teacher salary, the average counselor salary, every position that they'll fund, but they use 2022 values, and they do an average across the state. And so urban districts typically get hurt in a big way that way, because we end up having to pay a higher average salary to attract people to the urbans. And so if they didn't update it, so inflation happens, and our costs got more expensive, and they kept them stable at 2022. So that was a $6.3 million hit. The second language, so the rest of the conversation I'm going to have is about property tax relief. And so we all know everybody's property taxes went up with the last update, triennial update, and legislators are getting hit by the public, and they're trying to find ways to relieve property taxes, but they're doing it on the backs of our students. So there's language that proposes the removal, of fixed sum emergency levies. So it's just, when they call it an emergency levy, it's not like it's an emergency, the house is on fire. It's an emergency, it's just a term that says we need money. And the different types of levies, which we typically use, are what we call fixed sum. So the levy that's on the ballot in November is a $48 million fixed sum levy. So no matter what happens with property values, they go up, they go down, the voters approve for us to get $48 million a year. And so the Hamilton County Auditor adjusts the millage rate, the tax rate, to give us $48 million a year. They're proposing we have 3 fixed sum levies that represent about $165 million, or 26% of our revenues. They're proposing to eliminate fixed sum levies. Now, we did see some language in one version that said for elections after January of 2026. So the November levy, I don't think is going to be impacted, but we don't know what's going to happen in conference committee, and we don't know what's going to happen with the governor's vetoes. So if they remove the fixed sum levies completely, and we have to go to a school district income tax, which is a tax on the residents, we would have to ask for an income tax of 1.5% to replace $165 million. The third concern is the language that moves fixed sum levies into the 20 mil 4 calculation, and this is going to get really complicated. So in the funding formula, the state of Ohio says every district should have 20 mills at least to operate on. And so back in the late 70s, I believe, I can't remember the exact year, House Bill 920 was passed that said property taxes can't grow with inflation. So they reduced the millage back, and you see it on a tax bill. It's called called the reduction factor, so that the operating levies, the fixed rate levies that fluctuate dollar values, can't grow with inflation. So they changed the tax rate to collect about what the voters had approved at the time, and then they add new construction. But those are the only ones that are in the 20 mil floor calculation. And we have dropped below the 24 more calculation on our commercial properties. So what the county auditor does, so we're dropped down to 17 mills now. So what they do is they increase property tax bills to get us back up to that 20 mil floor. Now, if what somebody's recommending is that the fixed sum millage rate gets added in, and so we're automatically above the 20 mil floor, so we'll lose about $10 million a year in revenue just for that change. Next slide. The fourth thing is that there's the bill out there that wants to eliminate property taxes completely in the state of Ohio, which will be devastating to everybody. We would have to put in, and their answer is just do income tax. And so we would lose 62% of our revenues. And if we didn't pass an income tax levy, quite frankly, we'd be bankrupt and have to go into a loan fund. I can't see that honestly passing, but it's out there, and there is support for it. And then the fifth one is what President Sellers referred to as the eliminating inside millage. And so that's 10 mills that the state of Ohio sets aside, and every county gets to split it up. We get 4.19 of that 10 mills. The city and the county and other organizations share in that. That would cost us about $36 million of loss of revenue. The thought from the Ohio Association of School Business Officials is that the inside millage is constitutional, so there's not a lot of thought that that's going to move forward, but we don't know for sure. And so it's there and it's being considered. Next slide. So this is why this is really important. The state of Ohio has a responsibility to fund public education. We enjoy local control, and so we participate in the funding of school districts by property tax levies. So you can see over history that it's been almost 50-50, not quite, but close. And then suddenly it deterred. So when the funding formula changed and we got wealthier as a district because we have high property wealth, our state share gets diminished. And so just 5 years ago, we were at 47% of state share. So what that means is that for every child in our district that creates funding in the formula, we're getting 36 cents on that dollar for every dollar that child, and that's just on the base cost. Now we're down to 36.9%, and now we're projected in next year's formula to get down to 30%. So you can see that puts more and more pressure on us, and our costs aren't going down. So it's putting more and more pressure on us to keep going back to the public to ask for more local funding sources, whether it's through property tax, income tax, or what have you. Next slide. So this represents a percent of our revenues, and so it paints the same picture. The yellow line, we're just adding like the other revenue sources that we get besides property tax and state income, but you can see the same gap. Next slide. This is going forward into the future on the 3 budget bills and what they might look like. And you can see the blue one, which is the governor's budget, was the most painful moving forward. The orange one in the middle is the House version, and that's what we built our forecast off of. It's the best information we had at the time. Most school districts use that version to build their forecast, and then that's what drives our budget target of $624 million for next year. And then, I'm sorry, that was the green version. I got the colors mixed up. The orange one is the Senate version. And so the Senate version would lose $6 million this year and another $6.4 million next year. So we'll still be cutting next year. Next slide. Just to keep up with inflation. So, excuse me, in the Senate version, this is what they're proposing as property tax changes. So you can see the line out items are, they're trying to eliminate our options to fund locally. Even though they keep saying you have local control, but they're trying to take it away by reducing our options. So they're trying to eliminate the fixed sum levy, the replacement levy, substitute levy, and a combined income and fixed sum levy. So really, we only have current expense or fixed rate levies or income tax available to us. And if every school district is going after those same things, they're very difficult to pass. There's also language in there that says you have to have a 2/3 vote from the Board of Education to put something on the ballot. Then there's a new language that says you have to have a 60% passage rate in order for it to pass. Not just 50% or 51, you have to get up to 60%, which is, I don't know, if somebody looked at the levies across the state, many would fail. And then I already talked about the 20 mil floor calculation. So next slide. This is just a sample showing you how we would lose revenue on the 20 mil floor calculation. It wouldn't hit us in '26 because property taxes are a year in arrears, and it would go forward. And so it'll hit us in '27. Next slide, and '28. So here's the loss of local control. There's language in the Senate version, and I think it was in the House version too, where they wanted to limit how much cash we could carry over from one year to the next. So a lot of school districts try to save money to fund projects, and they leave it in their cash balance. And their cash balance grew during ESSER because they used federal funds to fund a bunch of stuff. Well, they want to say that you can only have 50% of your prior year expenditures, and if it goes above that, the Hamilton County can go and reduce everybody's taxes and take money away from us arbitrarily. County Budget Commission can reduce tax rates if they think that we're not calculating our statement of resources properly. There's language in there that requires us to sell buildings first to charter schools if our buildings are less than 60% capacity. We've seen this language coming, so that's one of the reasons why we made changes to the district in order to better utilize our buildings. It also reduces from a 5-year forecast, so every school district in the state of Ohio has to produce 2 cash forecasts for the general fund, one in November and then an update in May. And instead of it being 5 years, they're reducing it to 3 years. They did 5 years because we were typically doing 5-year levies, and it made it a really nice planning tool. It's really hard to predict what's going to happen in 5 years when you have biennial budgets that change dramatically in between. And then this bizarre language that limits what boards can do to recruit superintendents and treasurers and helping to pay their portion of the retirement pay. It's going to be very difficult to maintain good quality people and attract them to your district. So next slide. So this was the impact to the forecast. So we build our budget based off of our forecast, and the House version was going to eliminate $6 million. Sorry, the Senate version was $6 million. There's too many versions out there. And then in '27, so a cumulative loss of $18 million. Next slide. So this is all subject to the timeline. I know Mike, when he did Just Ask Jen with me, he talked about being in the something inning of the baseball game, and now we're in the top of the ninth. Okay, it's time to act. Okay, next slide. Here's our call to action. Go one more. So conference committee is meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So tomorrow morning, we need to flood their communications, social media, emails, phone calls, whatever you do. Tell them to vote against those things that we just talked about. And here's a list of who to contact that's on the conference committee. They are going to vote on Wednesday. I don't know the time on Wednesday. So I just know that they're meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Any questions?
So that's heavy. Everybody wake up. Do
Yes.
board members have any questions, comments? Board member Craig.
Not so much a question, but just a comment. I think this is something we've been talking about for the last few months to get people aware, but I do think it is worth noting that what the state is also both doing is saying we want to limit funds that the state will provide to the school districts. And their response when asked, well, how do school districts continue to do the work that they need to do? They say, well, you need to go to your voters and get a new levy or ask for new money. And then they then say, well, but we're going to tell you how you can ask for new money. And then what we're going to do is tell you have to go and ask for an income tax, because we know that that's one of the most progressive ways to also get folks involved, because it doesn't just hit property owners, but it hits everybody who's in the community. And there are limits on who could be included in that income tax. So I just think it all is about the effort to defund public education from a state level. And the way they do that is to take the most important things that we know that students need and make them more difficult for districts to provide, especially urban districts, where we know that there are more things that those kids are going to need. And so I just do think it is very telling that there are also efforts to not include information about how much needs to be funded for things like special needs students and students with disabilities. All those things are information the state has that is not shared. And they're not sharing it for a reason, because they know that this will deeply concern folks to know that it costs more to actually educate a child who needs more, surprisingly, right? And so I think it is important for us to continue to keep saying the fact that they're limiting the ways that we can bring revenue in while also cutting revenue to districts. And that this will also affect cities and municipalities as well in some of these different passages of the budget that they're looking at.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes, I really appreciate the presentation, and I think the word is defund public education. I think it is also to remove local control of our schools, and we have to remember there were school boards before there were city councils or village councils. So at least in this state, in the states around us, because of the Northwest Ordinance, we know that tonight we're going to make some very difficult decisions, and we know that our administration and our staff and our union leadership have been making those decisions enough to make recommendations. But the reality too is that we haven't even really addressed the possibility of changes within the federal efforts that we await, not during retribution, but even in the federal budget, which is dealing with Medicaid, which is dealing with the grants that go to kids whose English is not their first language. So we're only kind of tapping all the things that could be happening. But I would be interested to know that what we're trying to do tonight, and we've been trying to do, is be as fiscally responsible as possible over a number of years. We actually, as a board, have between asking for new money, we have, and I think the treasurer can substantiate this in case my memory's wrong, we have gone almost 9 years without asking for new money. And before that, we went 8 years before asking for new money. And so it's not like we're anxious to ask for this. It's not like we've been abusing this opportunity to go to our public. We want to be held accountable, but we've had relatively flat budgets, all things considered, without flat costs. And as you've demonstrated, with the occasional ESSER infusion because of COVID, which actually was nothing to do about education, but what was happening is a national crisis, we have held our own. But at this point in time, maybe you could talk about how we've gone 8 years and then how we've gone 9 years. And now indeed, our status as even a taxing agent is in question.
So you're correct. We went 2008, we did a 5-year levy, spread it to 8 years. In 2016, we passed the $48 million levy that we're getting ready to renew with the $15 million set aside for expansion of preschool. That was also a 5-year levy that's been renewed, and then we're coming back, and this renewal is changing it to a 10-year levy so that we're not always coming back for renewals. So we've been very frugal and always in reduction mode because inflation is driving our costs up.
And at some effort, it's in part the administration's insistence and the community's insistence, we have committed ourselves as best we could to a balanced budget. The law requires that, but actually committing to restrict our expenditure to our revenue. And we've made those commitments and made some adjustments along the way as to what those revenues might be or not be. But tonight, we had also hoped that we would be able to pass an appropriations, permanent appropriations that speaks to the coming year. But the reality is, because we don't know what the state is going to decide, we are going to be asking the board to vote on what?
A temporary appropriations resolution that, and we're restricting it to 30 days. Law allows us to go to 90 days, but we need to get moving with the school year. So we're promising a 30 years, listen to me. It's getting late.
We're good, but not that good.
30 days, just to give us if they're voting on bill, so conference committee votes, and then the governor gets veto, right? So we won't know exactly, probably until next week, what the real budget's gonna be. So we need a little bit of time to react to that, because in my almost 32 years with the district, every biennial budget, there's always surprises at the 11th hour. And so you just can't predict what they're gonna do.
Thank you. So any other board questions or comments? I want to thank you for the presentation because it's really, it is very heavy. And I can imagine how the public probably feels like much of this is a little over their head. It's not very interesting to have to talk about a budget in terms of millions, but some of the key takeaways of what you shared are that we are having to make adjustments because our funding is being impacted at the state level. And not only has it, as you mentioned, been deemed unconstitutional to rely heavily on property taxes, rather than the state legislators actually working to fully fund the school formula, they're not doing that. They're now making or proposing legislation that would impact the levies that we are using that have been deemed unconstitutional to provide public education, which is constitutional. So there is something that people can do. I know all of this is weighted, all of this is very, very heavy. There's a lot of language that says, don't fund the levy, we're not gonna pass the levy. We really need that. And it's already threatened by the state legislators. So we need people to contact via email, phone calls, voicemails. We need you to contact the legislators because we cannot do this by ourselves. And next week, we are making some decisions today that may have to be altered again next week heavily, depending upon what the governor and the committees vote on. So that's the key takeaway. We sometimes get bogged down in the words, and 14 slides is heavy, but there is something that we can do, and this is a big, big call to action. That we need everyone to make a phone call, we need them to send a text message. I don't personally like talking about these cuts, but we're having to do this. We are playing the hand that has been dealt with us at the state level. And so thank you for the presentation. Ready for the next. Do board members, are we all good? Next.
So that brings us to the next piece of the presentation, and in this one, myself, Jen, Jeremy, and Julia will have a part to play. So this first slide here is the contents overall of our ask, front-loaded for you, and then a reminder once we get to the end of the presentation, but we are asking for your approval of the master list reductions that we have shared in the past, the impact positions, a slight Schedule E reduction, consideration around the TIF CRA agreements with the city, a consideration to enter into the process for the sale of property, your considerations around work that was done around the spring teacher allocation committee, which helps us to be relieved from doing at least quite as much in the fall when it's a bit more painful, and then the staffing reduction in force, and then finally the proposal around a school social worker adjustment for the upcoming school year. So at this point, I'll toss it to Jen.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Murphy. So you've seen this slide before. This is kind of the process in which we began, knowing that we were going to have to face heavy cuts. We started with the bottom of the pyramid in what were our fixed costs, debt, what are our debt payments, liability insurance, and things that were obligated by the board. And then we went to state minimums in terms of what does the state fund and what were the collective bargaining agreement requirements, particularly around our staffing formulas in schools. And the cost of that, what we consider the compliance level, is $438 million of the $624 million budget. So it's a big chunk of what we spend our money on. Then we looked at what is critical to achieve the goals and guardrails that the boards have done, and the investments that are beyond those critical commitments that are showing good return on investment. And then the top layer were things that were new investments, strategic investments that the board has asked us, or superintendent has asked to fund. That totals about $13.3 million. And so we went from the bottom of the pyramid to the top of the pyramid, and then we worked on the middle. So the next slide shows you the new initiatives. The board established a CPS foundation, and then I had to front load the administrative cost of $1.1 million. We brought in the crossing guards that the city used to pay for, and they decided not to pay for them anymore, so we had to bring them on board, and that was an increase to our budget, or the total cost of that budget now is $1.7 million, and we're estimating about $800,000 increase because there's a salary minimum in retirement that you have to pay, and if you don't have that, and there's part-time employees, so anyway, we have to pay like a surcharge. Then we stood up a Bramble Montessori school. So this is the school that was at Xavier University, is a lab school. They decided to close it, so we opened up to expand our Montessori offerings as part of our long-term plan for growth. We established the RAP that the superintendent referred to, and that's all grant funded. We established centralized enrollment. So the centralized enrollment department, but their budget increased by $417,000, but those positions were pulled from the schools to fund it, so it was really a neutral, cost neutral. They created a new Walnut Hills test that was a savings of $40,000. It was a board approved. There was a proposal to reduce smaller class sizes at K to 8, and that would increase the school's budget by $5.7 million. We were unable to fund that. Investigating funding sources for the growth plan phase 3, which has construction costs. And so we're looking at different options there. And then the $1 million investment for teacher instructional development is really $2.3 million. You'll be very happy to hear. So next slide. This shows you the $2.3 million investment in instructional development, implementing the board's adopted curriculum. And so there's instructional coaches in each content area. There's quite a bit of money in professional development and teacher resource tools. And there's also, in addition to that, is a teacher stipend. Those are paid for by lead teacher stipends and district-wide mentor instructional coaches. Then there's a instructional coach for Just Career Tech. But that's funded by the Perkins grant, I failed to mention. So the links here show you how they do this work through the tiers of support and the professional learning requirements, if you're interested in getting into the weeds of that. So the next slide will show you the first thing we looked at, and just for the public and the media's perspective, we actually looked at every single line item in the budget and looked to determine whether can we live without this expense, or is it critical, and is it driving a return on investment and towards instructional growth? And so the team went through several iterations of looking at all of our vendor contract. We went for vendor contracts first rather than employees. We looked at almost 1,000 contracts, honestly. And then we were able to, out of the general fund only, we cut $15.1 million. But then, remember, I showed you that there was a whole bunch of contracts that were split funded. So part of it was charged to general fund, part of it was charged to IDEA B or Title I. And what we realized was there was 3 major contracts that were split funded with ESSER. And since ESSER's gone, that entire contract came into the general fund. So it was actually, that netted a positive growth of 1.4 million, offsetting other cuts. And so we weren't able to realize a $15.1 million cut, but just 13.7 million. So at the June 2nd board meeting, I believe it was, the board voted, I believe, on stating a 16.2% cut. So my question to the board would be, do you want us to keep cutting to get to the 16.2%, or did we get close enough with the 13.7? Think about that, and then I'll pass it off to Jeremy, I believe.
Tonight, we wanted to bring an update to the Pathway to Balance sheet that we've been tracking to make sure that we also had a perspective on the overall financial impact on the individual items we were talking about tonight. So starting at the top with the item we have seen the most, the master list of reductions. under the purple heading, which does include the vendor contract reductions that the treasurer was referring to, as well as the 32.4 central office impact positions that we pulled out separately, but they are included in the value of that list. Below that, under the to be reduced in the red section, are those items that have been pending in our previous presentations for either additional information or finalization of the amount that could be represented and potentially reduced for each item, which includes the Schedule E reduction that the superintendent referenced, as well as those items we've talked about potentially being able to move to title funding, the deferring of the ITM lease device payment, the executive assistant realignment, the potential reduction in 8 school social worker positions, as well as the 109.9 teaching positions as we look to align with our spring enrollment and projection staffing updates, which would bring our total ask, while still over 624, to $636.4 million. In the new section today, what we have not had in the past is the blue, where we've now included the potential for increased revenue items. This includes the potential of an agreement with the city for the additional TIF items that we've discussed, the prior year cash balance from the preschool levy, as well as the potential of sale of property. So if we look at those revenue items, that would potentially bring our target from 624 to 632.3 million. And compared to our new ask, that means our remaining gap at that point would be $4.1 million, approximately. Next slide. I said we've looked the most at the master list of reductions, so we won't spend a lot of time there. But other than to recall that this summary represents what you can see, the departmental amounts that are represented or by budget unit, as well as the link there will take you to a sheet that does also have a details tab that provides a breakdown on a near line by line basis of everything that is represented in that initial $29 million figure for the master list of reductions.
Thank you. So when we think about impacted positions, we've talked a lot about central office positions in the last several weeks. And so I have a link there to what those positions would be. We've seen those many times, and that's available for you. But that gives us a total savings of $3.45 million. We also discussed and have the closing of 12 preschool units, able to combine some preschools that were smaller, looking at locations where families needed those preschools most. And so that reduced by another $1.5 million. As we move on then to the school staffing update, we talked about this in terms of spring TAC. TAC, for those unaware, TAC is Teacher Allocation Committee. And really what that's looking at is when you look at all the students, how do you assign the number of teachers to those students? So that's in a nutshell what TAC is. What we did, and as the superintendent alluded to, that's usually a fall activity. We really did it in the spring this year to look at both where were students actually signed up to go to school, as well as how could we maximize the use of teachers, given that the budget restrictions are what they are. And so as we looked at that realignment of where students had enrolled this spring, and we coupled that with a filter for retention, we found that we could, by combining staffs and some classrooms and working with CFT all along the way with all of that work, we were able to reduce by almost 110 teaching positions, which would generate $12.3 million in budget savings. Of these positions, 68.9 of them were already vacant. So I know many of you have been first asking us to look at vacancies, of course, and so that's definitely what we did in that case. However, there were 41 positions of those that are filled with teachers, K-5 teachers. So even though at first blush, so a RIF is always when you have more people than you have positions, that would be the case. However, when we sat down with CFT for many hours over the last week to really work through what does this look like, they and we agreed that we'd rather have those teachers reassigned, if that's their wish, to a class that may not be in their current licensure area. So they may be teaching 6th grade math rather than with a K-5 license, for instance. So they might have to be out of a licensure area for this year. but it would still afford them the opportunities to stay in district and in the teaching force. So with that said, really, we do have spaces for all 41 of those teachers to stay in the district if they wish, as long as they're willing to teach outside their licensure area. Those would all be conversations we would have with them. So a little more about that on the next slide. Is that as of June 17th, 41 K-5 teachers could be RIFed, but that RIF implementation plan looks a little bit different than just simply RIFing folks. Our plan is to meet with principals tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and we'll talk with principals a little bit about what happens here tonight and how it's going to impact their buildings. Obviously, very important for them to know what's going on this summer as they're getting ready to leave for their July break. Then this week, we'll have some small group teacher meetings, some of them individual teacher meetings with CFT and HR. And towards the end of this week, we'll bring people in face-to-face sessions where we will talk with them in reverse seniority order to avail them of what options are out there that they could choose to select from to fill. Any time that we need a long-term sub, and in this case, what I mean by long-term sub is a leave sub. So when someone's going to leave for the year for maternity leave, we typically wouldn't hire a contract teacher in that spot. But if we have someone who is going to be reduced, then it would make sense to give them first shot at those positions. Those would also be another option. And then finally, teachers who decline to teach outside their certification band. We can't make somebody teach something that they're not licensed in, right? We wouldn't want to do that. But if they choose to not take advantage of the fact that we have a position for them, albeit not something they're licensed in, then they would be formally RIFed, in which case we would discuss with them their statutory rights, their unemployment eligibility, and the callback protocols and any other relevant procedures that they need at that point. So that's where we are with reductions in force. Finally, for me, is the reduction of school social workers that we've spoken about before. When we look at social work positions from all funding sources, so before when I was here, we talked about social workers. As we looked at all funding sources, both grant funds as well as general fund, we actually have a total of 90.5 FTEs for social workers. There are currently 6 positions that are vacant across these sites, and we are proposing a reduction of 8 positions. So in terms of thinking about, well, what would you just not have a position at the school that's vacant? No, what we would do is sit down and figure out what the allocation should be. Where does it make sense? So we have, on average, more than 1 social worker per building, given that we have 90.5 social workers in about 67 buildings. So we are fortunate that way. But another area where when we think about cutting direct services to students, social workers is a really hard one to understand. So are teachers, but those are the times that we're in. And so that's what we're looking at in terms of social workers.
Therefore, Board, this takes us back to what the ask is for tonight that we're seeking your approval on.
Thank you. Board members, any questions, comments? Board Member Lindy.
First, I'd like to say that this slide is great, where it asks for where you need our approval on what specific things tonight, and I'd like to say thank you. I think that's excellent. I have a number of questions and also some gratitude about the proposal around support for curriculum implementation. I just would defer to the chair. Is now the best time to ask that, or should we do that later?
Sure, let's do it.
Great. Could we go to the slide that talks about that investment? This, I think, was slide maybe 5, I think. That's great. That's great. I mean, I've made no secret about this. I think this is the single most important thing that we can invest in this year, because I think that you get the biggest impact for dollar invested when it comes to student learning. I just want to say again and again and again how much I appreciate the fact that this is on here and that we have a moment to talk about this tonight. I did read this ahead of time, but I wanted to just ask some questions about what this means, because I had a couple questions. And all of this is coming from a place of wanting to understand, not from saying it's bad or it's great. I just want to make sure that I understand it. So in that, when it says that 2.3 million, what I'm trying to understand is, if we were to compare that, this is the FY26 proposal. If we were to look at the FY25 actual spend on this same line, was it 0 in FY25 and now it's going to 2.3 million? Was it 2.3 million in FY25 and it's still 2.3 million? We're just using it for something different? Was it the same amount in both years and we're using it for the same thing? I'm just trying to understand, how does this compare to last year?
I think there's a combination going on here. And so what I'll start is at the end. And that is, what we intend to do is train and work with the coaches differently, and then the district-wide mentors. Not sure how far I can go with the district-wide mentor conversation because it's contingent upon the negotiations. Is it okay for me to say? So we're repurposing our district-wide mentors in terms of how we use them, how they've been used over the past several years, in terms of helping the teachers not only coach them, but improve their practices in a more evaluative standpoint. They used to do that several years ago. We want to bring that piece back. So I believe that is going to help us tremendously with the curriculum implementation. The same will be true for the instructional coaches. We have a good core of instructional coaches, I believe 4 in ELA, 3 in mathematics, 2 in science, 2 in social studies. So we want to retrain them and talk with them a little bit more deeply about how we are going to look for and coach for implementing the curriculum much more broadly than we have in the past. So as far as your initial question, the dollar amount, I don't know that there was an adjustment, but a repurposing.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I believe 2.3 is an increase over 25, but I will get back to you with that data.
And I'm trying to figure out too, is that the same thing adjusted for increases in salaries, increases for inflation? Like, that's going to go up every year. You understand what's behind my question? I'm trying to figure out, is this a new investment, or is this?
I think the instructional coaches are the same, and the district mentors are maybe more. But what I want to say, but I can't prove it right now tonight, is that there's more money in professional development and tools. So let me get back to you on that.
So it could be that there's this 2.3 million, which might be the same as last year, might be an increase over last year. And then in addition to that, there might be something else on PD and tools, or that's a part of this number?
That's part of that number.
Part of that number.
But there's a definite repurposing of the work of those district-wide mentors.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I've just maybe 2 more minutes on this, and then I can yield the mic. But for people who may not understand, can you describe what a district-wide mentor is, what their role is, what they've done in the past?
So these are full-time out-of-the-classroom teachers who go into the classrooms. Generally speaking, in the past, it's been newer teachers, and it's also been maybe teachers who need a little bit more assistance in order to complete their work. And so we've had district-wide mentors for quite some time, but they have been pulled away from the more support for teachers who need a little bit of more help in being able to deliver the curriculum. But these are full-time teachers who are out of the classroom, 100%.
And how are they selected, and who manages them?
So they are selected via a process that is a combination of administration and CFT. Is that right, Julia? Okay.
Selected by a committee of administrators and CFT. They are lead teachers. It's seen as kind of a very prominent position because they are pushing into classrooms. That's their whole job, is to push into classrooms. For many, many years, many of you know we've had the Peer Assistance and Evaluation Program, and a few years ago it moved to the Peer Assistance and Review Program, so they weren't evaluating. We're moving back to that model to put a little more teeth into what people can be held accountable for. So it's one thing if I say, hey, I have a great idea, you might want to try it, versus I have a good idea and I would expect to see that because this needs to happen for it to show up in your evaluation. And that's a big difference. And so I'm working really closely with CFT around the language to get that role back. And I think that's a very, very powerful role and very important, as we think about our less experienced teachers or our teachers that are struggling.
And who manages the district-wide mentors?
So ultimately, they fall under HR. Travis Rowley is the direct manager of them, and he is performance evaluation.
And this is the last thing I'll ask, but I think this is all very, very helpful. I think, I was trying to figure out before, just based on the slide, are we going to be in a situation where this represents an increase of at least $1 million, no increase at all, or something in the middle? And I think what I'm hearing is this is probably something in the middle. So if it's something in the middle, the criteria I'm trying to use in just making up my own mind about whether this is going to make a difference or not are two things. I think to get help on bringing the curriculum to life well, I think teachers need time. They need time to be with other teachers and experts and principals and work on this stuff, and that costs money. So one of the questions I'm asking is, will this create more time for teachers? We should pay them for that time to work on this. And the second criterion I'm using is, will that time be better time? Because I think we've been trying this stuff for a while, and I commend and applaud all of those efforts. But the question I'm trying to ask myself, and whether I'm going to support this or not, is do we have a reason to believe that this upcoming year is going to be different? And I think honestly, the answer seems to be maybe. I really appreciate what's on here. I think I have some additional thinking and questions that I'd like to ask. It may take longer than tonight, but we're in this position where I think we're going to be voting on the final budget anyway at the special meeting that we've added, because we're going to be waiting on all the information on the state budget. Is that accurate?
So I do want to address the time piece for you, Mr. Lundy. Sure. So I mentioned before that the deputy and the assistant superintendent and I have been working on what our curriculum plan and model will look like for next year. And that includes the professional development portion. And we've looked at how we have delivered that in the past few years and have made an adjustment in how we want it to be done this year moving forward for August. And we're moving to what we're calling a cohort model, where teachers are working together on this, and so that they have kind of a buddy system within their school and across the district in like content areas. So I think, yes, there is a plan for this to be different. I'm happy to share where we are with that at this point.
I want to be thoughtful about everybody else's time, all the other issues we have to talk about tonight. I really do want to say thank you for all the thought that's gone into this. I just want to check the timeline. Like we will be making a final vote on this at the next board meeting when we vote on the full package, or we're voting on this tonight?
So my hope is that we're voting tonight, because we have to have conversations with principals. We're hoping to be able to do that tomorrow. And then we have to have conversations with the staff who are going to be impacted by the adjustments.
So, sorry, I'm all for voting on all those things. I just noticed on your slide that you had the bullets of where you need board action. The investment in curriculum was not one of them. So
well, it is a part of the whole package to get, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to think for a minute. Thank you, everybody. I might come back.
Sure, thank you. Vice President, Board Member Weinberg, I'm sorry.
And yes, thank you so much also for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions, and I'm just going to go by slides. So if we could just go to slide 4. My first question will be the Bramble Montessori School. You're saying that that's going to be a cost of $2.1 million, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any way, have we looked into, can this be done for a little bit cheaper, or what does this consist of? What is the $2.1 million?
This is the cost of the staffing that will have to go into the school.
Is it just for staffing?
No, there's some
Materials.
startup supplies.
Yeah, I
for
just want to
classrooms.
know, just everything. So staffing, materials, what else?
That's about it.
That's it, that's it.
And how many students is this for?
I think the last time I checked, there was 195 students registered.
Yeah, it's full, and I think, yeah, it's around that. I don't have the exact number. You know?
So 195 possibly. The 2.1 is for staffing and materials. And to my other part of the question, have we looked at other ways to decrease the cost of 2.1?
I think with the number of staff, I'm not sure that there's a way to decrease the cost. I mean, we've tried to be as tight as we possibly can be, looking at the number of students, comparing that with the number of staff for each of our buildings, including this one.
Okay. And in addition to, I don't see it on this particular slide, but maybe you will bring this to us later, but with our middle schools, I've asked a couple of times what will be the cost for the middle schools, and I haven't quite seen that yet. So what are you thinking in terms of for that cost?
Yeah, we've shared the cost for middle schools a few times, and I don't have it today.
I'll look for it then.
I'm sorry?
I said I'll look for it. I just don't recall getting that.
Yeah, are you asking for the cost per school of the middle schools?
No, I think I asked for just a whole general sum of how much would it be for the operation, just everything included for the startup of the middle schools. And I don't think that I've gotten that, but if it was shared, we can kind of figure out where that is and just probably email it to me. So my next question will be slide 6. And just, I know Treasurer Wagner, you had stated that you were going to ask us a question again about something about revisiting this. What was your question?
Yeah, so the board's vote was for us to get to 16.2% in contract reductions. And because of the split funding issue, we weren't able to get there without cutting more vendor contracts. I didn't know if you still wanted us to get to the 16.2%, or were you okay with the 13.7 in reduction?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly, and I'm pretty sure we'll have a little bit of a discussion on that. So slide 7, I wanted to kind of just go over a little bit on some of the things that were listed here, and I know the reduction of the SSW. We've heard several people today kind of state their reasoning or their rationale on why they think that's important. I know we've heard in past board meetings, and so for me, I know that that's not something that I personally align with, and I just wanted to know if there would be any way possible. I know you have here that you're reducing it by 8 positions, but stating that there are 6 vacant, meaning how many are actual positions?
So the actual people and position that we would be talking about would be 2.
So 2 actual positions, but saying 6. But I think we heard today that supposedly those vacant positions were actually given to people for next year. Is that true?
I don't believe given to people for next year because that hasn't happened yet.
Or
None of
discussed,
those-
or discussed to go towards people for next year?
We haven't gotten there yet. We haven't approved this at all yet. So I don't know if someone is discussing it. I don't know where that discussion is taking place, other than when we brought it here, just people's general feelings about it.
Thank you. And I think that for me on slide 8, the master list of reduction, I know that you have it listed as one line here, but do we plan on going through each of those, or you're just suggesting that we just do the whole entire thing?
The whole entire thing. These are, each department had their conversations about where we could make adjustments or shifts, and this is what that listing is.
Okay. And within that, I know there was a curriculum and instruction manager position. I just wanted to make sure that you're still stating that that would be something definitely that you would like to be included in that. So anything that, for me, I know that will affect student outcomes, don't necessarily agree with, but just wanted to kind of get a rationale from you on that decision or proposal.
Yes, my rationale for that is this is a English language arts curriculum manager that was an interim position. So really, when we began our work, we started with those types of positions, interim vacancies that had been in place for a moment. In addition to that, when I think about how the department is staffed, so they have 4 instructional coaches that I believe we can repurpose a lot of that work.
And I think that's my last question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Board Member Crossett.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say that I just wanted to thank you and your team for the tremendous amount of work it takes to get to this point. It is not easy. It's a lot of effort, a lot of collaboration with lots of departments and everybody in the district. So, thank you for all this terrific work under trying circumstances. Ben is not here. I was going to say, he might want to also put into his thinking, maybe there's some collaboration on the curriculum that'll be strengthened with CFT next year too. That'll impact, make that $2.3 million maybe go a little farther too.
Yes, I definitely know that the CFT is in agreement with us and working on this, and as evidence and some things that we were able to change together through negotiations.
Right, so there's some impact there that maybe is not reflected necessarily financially. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was waiting for you to finish. I just wanted to thank all the unions for being at the table with us and being very collaborative in this process. Everybody has been sharing in the pain.
Agree.
Okay, great. Board Member Craig.
So I want to start by saying, again, thank you for bringing some of these things back. I want to highlight one little part for me, especially regarding the spring TAC. And I think for me, this goes a little bit to the purposes of doing all the changes to the district that were passed by the board, is that you can't, on one end, say we need to go to kind of consolidating K through 3 and 4 through 6 in these ways, and then say we wouldn't adjust the actual staffing of those spaces where you had 2 classrooms and now there's 1. You, in theory, will not need 2 of every teacher in that same way. And so I do think that's an acknowledgement of that was part of the work that was being done, is to consolidate some of the way we're doing business. That's part of the savings that was expected from the need. I think it also speaks to a little bit of where we were as a district with regards to some of the efforts we made over the last 6 or so years, 5 or 6 years, to not cut staffing in where everyone else around us were, right? And that came at a cost, and I think that is not to be held lightly, because we made decisions at times to keep folks on in spaces where the actual numbers did not make sense. And I think that's something we have to get more committed back to, is using enrollment at a school and the need at a school for a particular class or program to really dictate those roles. I also want to say that some of this, we cannot balance a budget off of central office. And I think the treasurer said this to us for the last 2 years directly, that we cannot balance the budget off of central office. There is going to be hurt and harm that's going to affect every part of our district. And unfortunately, that is just the truth from what we get from funding, as we talked about earlier, from the state. The reality is that if we were funded appropriately and adequately, we could do and run a district with the resources that are needed for everything that our students need. We are not funded adequately from our state. But I wanted to also speak a little bit to, I think some of the things on here, we're gonna have folks who don't like them, and that's the nature of the work we do and that kind of deal. What I want us to get us to a point to, though, is that we have to get as close, if not all the way, to a number that at least prepares us for what will come out of the state budget. Because right now, we're using a projection that actually is probably going to be higher than what may come out of that committee that meets over the next couple of days. And so one of the things I am a little bit worried about in us as a board having this discussion, and I think it's fair for us to have the discussion and go through it all, is just, are we as a board committed to getting to at least today that closes, whether it's 632 based on the projected revenues that added in, or it's the 628 number, I think we have to be, as a board, willing to say that we're committed to doing that, and then we're willing to say we're willing to give up something if we want to keep something else. Because I know folks have wanted to say, what are the things we're going to save and protect? But I think honestly, what we have to be able to say now is, I want to give up X because I think this is just so much more important. And if we're not willing to say that, I don't think it's fair to you all to criticize you all for the work you've done. I don't think it's fair to the workers who will be affected by the decisions we make today to say, let's wait. And I wish we would have done some of these things on the 2nd. I wish we could have done a little bit more, but at the time we couldn't. But I want us to be, as a board, committed to that idea that we understand it's going to be hurt, and we understand people are going to be upset, and we understand that none of these things are easy. If they were easy, we wouldn't need us, right? If it were easy, then everything would be really quick and the budget would be done in May, April. They're not easy. The state isn't making it any easier, and they won't make it any easier going forward. And so I appreciate the hard work that's being done. I do think some of the things that have also been shared make it, are certain challenges that we're going to have as a district, and I would love for us to, no matter what we decide here, to come up with plans of action to go along with any places where we have seen a reduction in services provided to ensure that students are not lost. Because I do take to heart the comments that folks made regarding how our immigrant students feel about how the district cares for them. And I think that's important about things like our welcome centers and the other efforts that we have been making, but that maybe we can find a way to do with the staffing and do more of, to at least make a more vocal presence to that. I got 2 more points and I'll drop off also. I want to thank the folks who have sat at the table and worked with us to get to where we are, which are our union partners, our teachers, our principals, our administrators, and everyone in the district, in our central office as well, who works hard every day to make sure that we do as much as we can to minimize the pain that's going to be felt and to make really tough decisions about their own budgets. Because I know there are several people who would probably love to be able to have a few more prints they can do, or a few more trainings they could attend, or a few more other resources. The last thing I will say on this, I know I'll bring a smile to at least one person in the room's face on this. Everything we're doing here today is about this budget, but it has nothing to do with some of the major things that need to be done in our schools that we still need to find a way to fund over the next few years. I already see the smile. And so I do think we also need to be preparing ourselves, because we have schools that we already know need major repairs, and we don't have a funding source, and the state's not making it any easier to come up with a funding source for those repairs. And I think my biggest worry in our district, while it is excruciatingly difficult on a lot of things, my biggest worry is that we have a school that we cannot use the building because the building is not usable. And I say that because we have schools that are in the city that have shut down operation. And those students are now probably in our district because the building was not safe for the kids to even be inside of. And I think that's the most embarrassing thing a district can have happen. That's why we had teachers' unions threatening to strike up in Columbus. That's why we've had other places around, because it's not always about the money. It's sometimes just about walking into a room where you have asbestos falling from the ceiling, or you walk in and your lights don't work, those types of things. So I really want us to also make sure that we are prepared for next year's conversation and the years of the future on how we'll address some of the things that are really necessary to our schools being safe for all kids to attend.
Thank you. Vice President Bolton?
Yes, thank you. I need some just points of clarification regarding what we're voting on. We know we have to vote tonight on the final appropriations resolution that kind of begins to end the current year we're in. Is that correct, Treasurer Wagner?
That's correct. We're required to file with the Hamilton County Budget Commission by the 30th.
Yes, and we're voting, obviously, we did already vote regarding the renewal, and you going to or somebody making that run to the auditors.
Legal counsel and
Legal
assistant treasurer will
counsel.
do that.
They know him well. So as we look at the other votes that we have this evening as it pertains to the budget, we have to vote on the overall cuts that have been explained to us. But it's my recollection from Finance Committee on Friday that the hope was, as we faced an additional meeting in July, that would be that we would be only having to then address what the state does to us.
That's correct.
That is the hope. So tonight, what we're trying to do is get as close to where we are on the gap. And could you once again explain the gap of 4 point or whatever it is? Because we have to try to be there before we are able to adjust to the damage that the state will do to us.
So, so Mr. Craig was correct. The revenue target went from 624 to 632 based on those revenue estimates. And based on the reductions that you've already approved, so you've already approved all the vendor contract reductions, and you have approved some central office reductions, the vacant positions, you approved us to remove vacant positions. And then if you approve the other things that the superintendent is asking for you, we will be closing that $4 million gap.
We'll be close to closing the $4 million gap, or that the $4 million gap will exist before the state people do damage?
No, the $4 million gap causes the RIF.
Okay.
So then we have to deal with what the state does to us.
So if the vote then tonight, and we have a motion or whatever, or however this is going to be, we have those forms of resolution regarding appropriation and the 30-day appropriation for the coming year. But the rest of the vote on the budget are the cuts that need to happen, as well as moving ahead on the authorizing the
Temporary resolution, yes, because on July 1, without that resolution, I cannot cut the first check, not a payroll check or a vendor check. So that's my legal authority to write checks.
And that temporary resolution would be based on us closing that gap?
Correct.
And that temporary resolution would then set it up that indeed, with the authorization of the reduction in force, we will have closed that gap?
That's correct.
And that gap gets us, when that closes, then when we come back in July, July 9th or whatever, the president decides if it's that or what have you, we would only then, God forbid, but really have to deal with whatever the state budget has done to us additionally.
That's correct. Okay. So you'll notice in the temporary appropriations resolution, it's $550 million. It was just an estimate to get us started, regardless of what happens tonight. I can still keep moving forward. And then on July 9th is when we'll bring you the full value.
And so that's also in part the property piece, the RIF piece, us accepting what has been negotiated regarding the collective bargaining agreements?
Yes, all that is being approved.
All that's
voted on tonight, hopefully approved. And then on July 9th, it'll just be reacting to what the state changes.
And we have to authorize tonight, hopefully, the going forward on the TIF and the committee and the community reinvestment agreements, the CRAs.
That's correct. That'll bring in more revenue to the district that we can use to prevent from cutting more bodies.
So all of that is to close the gap.
Yes.
And get to the budget before the state then tells us additionally what else we have to do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Board Member Matt.
Yes, so thank you for providing us with this presentation. And I do appreciate you all, based off the number of positions that will be RIF, trying to find a different way to repurpose the position. So I do appreciate that. I do have a question regarding the school social workers, as I've had questions about it before. So I know initially the first recommendation was that there was a proposal to reduce by 6 school social workers because they were vacant positions, correct? Can you please inform me how we are now at the 8 positions? And then I'll go forward and ask my additional questions from there.
Yes, ma'am. So even the last presentation, we still had this budget gap. And when we looked at the school social workers, I believe we were just looking at the general fund social workers, which were around 67, I believe, positions. But then when we looked at the school social workers funded by all budgets, there were funding sources, thank you, Jen, there were 90 and a half. And so to help us close this even more is how we went from the 6 to the 8.
Okay, thank you. And so with the 6 positions, 3 of them are actually critical positions. We talked about they have a credentialing of long-term sub, correct? So these positions will ideally cover the PBIS work. They will cover the chronic absenteeism and truancy work. So can you speak to how we are thinking about addressing ideally these 3 positions, and then also what that would mean in terms of the 0.5 positions for the social workers?
Just in general, what I would say is that whenever we have to do any sort of reallocation like this, we would sit down with our lead social worker as well as with, in this case, Monisha House, who oversees the social workers, and work with them together to say, where is the need? So it's not like we would just take those 6 positions, say, we're not filling those are vacancies, like button those particular positions up, but it might be that we look at social workers at large and say, where is the need for social workers based on the data, based on the number of calls that they're getting, based on the bully button, based on all of the pieces that social workers are doing to allocate according to the need. That's how I would see that when we look at those positions. And those positions, unlike teaching positions, work under an allocation committee. And so those are not, we don't post a position, they actually have an allocation committee per the CBA for CFT, where their team gets together and they, by seniority, kind of talk about where they're going to be placed. So they might say, I'm 0.5 at this school and this school, I'd really want a 1.0. As they move up in seniority, then they can look at those positions that are vacant that way. So for me, I believe we would go back to that allocation committee and work with them to figure out where do those positions have to come. I mean, where does it make sense for those positions to be cut, and where does it not make sense for them to come to be cut? So for instance, if we have a school that had, let's say we have a school that had 3 social workers, a large high school, and now they're not going to have 7th and 8th grade anymore, and so now they're 9 to 12, it might make sense for them to lose a position. So rather than keep 3 social workers there, move 1 that way. I'll ask the superintendent if
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that. And the other thing I want to make sure we address, Board Member Mack and everybody, last time we had those 0.5 positions, but that was based on a different number that we thought we had just from the general fund school social workers. But now that we see the number is different, I don't know that it will necessarily have to be a 0.5 situation. And I understand that a lot of times that's not very attractive to people because maybe they have to go to 2 different schools. I get that. But I think with the number that we have overall, looking at all funding sources, that probably is not going to be necessary.
Okay, but it will still be the expectation for the 8 positions to be reduced?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, well, let me ask you this, and I don't know, I know you said that you will work with the lead social worker as well as with Dr. House.
Yes.
Will those conversations begin, have they already started, or will they begin after a decision is made on where that actual need will be allocated?
Thank you, great question. I think it's probably, there have been some, I would imagine there's been some preliminary talk because we've been talking about this piece at the board meetings for a while, but I don't think there's anything practical that has happened because there's not board approval for it. And so no one's made any decisions. There also haven't been offer letters. So we've had a few social workers who have resigned. We haven't sent any offer letters out either, for the same reason we haven't sent offer letters out to some of the teaching positions that we feared we might not be able to keep. Because if they're not kept, I don't want to have to rescind an offer letter back from someone or have someone excited about their new job and then we write them and say, you know, it's not going to happen. So we've kind of been on pause in a lot of our hiring practices based on the work of the board and the direction of the board towards meeting this end of a balanced budget.
Okay. My other question is around the ELA manager. Can you, and I know that you addressed that there's some ELA coaches that you're thinking about in terms of doing the work. I'm just trying to identify systemically what that work will look like. As we talked about, Board Member Craig talked about priorities, and I know that several of us have talked about the priorities of honoring our goals and guardrails. And so if we're thinking about having that strategic alignment and improvement with our curriculum, I would really want to, one, make sure that I am clear on what the ELA manager, what their work entails, because the way I'm envisioning it, they would provide that uniform and succinct, implementation of the curriculum and communicate that to the coaches to ensure that the work is being done. So can you please expound on what that position covers? And again, what will be the impact to our goals, such as our third grade reading or our eighth grade reading and things of that sort?
Yes, ma'am. So the ELA curriculum manager is currently overseeing a high school coach, a middle school coach, and I believe 2 K-6 coaches. So they wouldn't have that manager position anymore, but you would still have the support in each of those grade levels for all of the schools across the district. I also will rely very heavily on our curriculum director to be able to support the work. The biggest reason I feel really strongly about this and our ability to still deliver high-quality instruction in this way is we've, as I mentioned, already begun to create the plan for instruction. And so we can share that plan, and the ELA piece is mapped out. The pieces that we have to add are in the areas of world languages, fine arts, and career and technical education. And we're also going to layer in our multi-tier systems with this whole document that lays out what is expected to be taught, what is the calendar that it's to be taught on, what is the professional development, what are the, in the case of science, when are the labs to be shared and given and taught to the kids to experience. So because I believe we have a plan now, then I feel strongly that we will be able to do this, at least for now, until maybe the finances change, without having that position.
Okay, so ultimately you're saying this person is not over the entire district for focusing on ELA, they're just over specific schools?
Oh, no, this is over ELA, but in
Correct.
addition to that person, we still have those coaches.
Mm-hmm.
4 total ELA coaches who are still available and still will, and they really are the direct support going out to each of the types of schools, depending on the grade level. That is not going to be taken away.
Okay, and are these coaches, are we insourcing this work or are they outsourced by
These are CPS employees.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then lastly, I don't recall us having conversation today about the Montessori paraprofessionals. Is that?
We dropped that a while ago, Ms.
Okay.
Mapp. Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Oh, applause.
So thank you. I want to tell the staff, thank you for all your hard work. This is not an easy conversation to have to engage in from an HR standpoint or an IT standpoint or an administrative standpoint. And it's not an easy conversation for board members to have to entertain and vote on. So I don't want to minimize the work that's been done, but I do have some significant concerns with voting on the master schedule with some of these positions as listed. And I'm gonna preface all of my comments around our goals and guardrails. The goals, I'm concerned that the impact to some of these choices by the administration, the recommendations, could adversely impact the goals that we've decided on. And I'm not quite sure what the plan would be to reduce the amount of impact to student learning. So goal 4 talks about the percentage of Black, Hispanic, and multiracial students graduating with college credit plus credit on a workforce or a workforce credential, yet we're significantly cutting career tech, there's some career tech positions on the master list. Guardrail 1 talks about the superintendent will not ignore the needs and talents of the whole child, yet we're talking about cutting social workers significantly beyond what the recommendation of that particular, we had gotten a presentation before that they were recommending 5, and we're exceeding that. Guardrail 5 talks about the superintendent will not ignore district-wide chronic absenteeism at school sites, and I believe the social workers impact that as well. So I asked a few months ago, when we started talking about the budget, if we could have some of these cuts prefaced with what the impact would be to our goals and guardrails and academics. We haven't seen that yet, but I do want to address that I have some serious concerns when there are 38 line items impacting curriculum. There are 41 line items impacting IT, and DSS has a significant amount of line items that are listed on the master list to be cut. I do have a couple questions, well, actually I have more than a couple, but with regard to district mentors, those would be funded from the general fund, right? Okay, and yet we've heard that the selection process for them would be by HR and CFT. Is there any discussion, I haven't heard it yet, around those particular mentors being selected based off of their performance or evaluation data, so that we know that there are high-quality teachers who are mentoring other teachers that are new? I appreciate the fact that HR is entering into that discussion, but I haven't heard where there's going to be some data impacted. We've got some great high-quality teachers in our district, and rather than it be arbitrary, I would hope that there would be some data-driven decisions around those particular positions. And you can answer that question if you want.
Sure. So as you're aware, the Career and Teaching Program is a very long-lasting, it's been around, a very historical, a very original program to CPS that actually I grew up in as a lead teacher here. And so one of the things that the district-wide mentors have to do, as do all teachers that are out of classroom, is that they are in a lead teacher position, is they have to pass their lead teacher credentialing. And so that is not a small feat at all. So they have proven that through their evaluation. They have to have certain scores on their evaluation. They have a selection process that involves a very in-depth application that a committee of administrators and teachers sits on to approve them for their application stage, and then they go through an evaluation stage. So this is a very tried and true process. Those district-wide mentors, even when they're consulting teachers, were always some of the best and the brightest in the district in terms of thinking about their practice, and they are vetted by their peers who have also many times been a consulting teacher or a district-wide mentor in selecting those folks for those jobs. So I would say yes, they are some of our best teachers who are out in the field supporting some of our newest teachers and those that need the most support.
Great, that's great. And so I saw some cuts. I have some concerns around the curriculum and instruction manager position being cut, particularly as it pertains to, again, our goals and guardrails and the need to ensure that we are meeting goal 1, the percentage of third graders proficient in the Ohio State testing. Goal 2, the current gap in reading proficiency between 6th grade Black, Hispanic, and multiracial students, and 6th grade white students being able to shrink. When I look at some of these choices, like there's a recommendation to cut the leader in me, and it had a line item next to it. What does that mean? That means that school or that department, we're not going to expand that, or what does that mean?
Right, those are programs in schools, and so yes, we wouldn't be able to continue or expand those.
So that means that an entire school who utilizes the Leader in Me programming would no longer have that programming?
That's correct.
Not necessarily.
I'm
So
sorry.
just to speak specifically to that
Thanks,
line, just because I'm familiar with that, a couple of those curriculum, in terms of those, the intention is to transition those from being centrally funded by the department to being funded by the school. So the schools often have access to title dollars or other dollars that as a central office budget unit, we wouldn't. So some of those items are intended to be transitioned to school-based funding, so they have to make the choice as to whether they want to continue that or not within their overall budget. And if I could take just a moment, I apologize, maybe kind of an unwanted commentary, but just to kind of help set some context around the master list of reductions as a whole, because I know it's kind of an ongoing theme, but just so kind of to set where that list come from, right? As we transition from the list of 100, the line by line, and the overall central office reductions, that list represents primarily central office positions, items, and resources that were done in collaboration with those budget unit owners, the work stream owners, and for the most part, the overall impact of those is intended to be do more with less. I mean, that's the real short answer, is the intention is there is a plan to be able to offset that work, to spread it across the remaining resources, to be able to maintain the minimal level of service, if not the normal level of services that we're trying to accomplish. So that's the overall context of that specific list, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you.
And then some of the positions too are, the intent is to shift to being grant funded. So for example, Dr. Moffitt, you mentioned the career and technical education concern. That's one that I do recall is going to shift to being grant funded.
Okay, it doesn't say that on the sheet, so that's why I'm asking these questions.
Yes,
Because I didn't
yes,
see
ma'am.
that part where it says that it was gonna, some of them on another sheet say gonna be switched over from general fund to grant funding or something, but these particular, the ones that I'm asking about don't. It says restructure resource coordination, is that a savings of 562,000? What does that mean?
We did that a while ago, and so
Okay.
yes.
So that's a previous one.
Yes.
And then the transportation explanation, 2.9 million, and it says around the.
That's the seventh and eighth grade, you approved.
Right, is that
Yes.
all, there was someone asked me for
So
clarification.
we're trying to
So
clarify,
is that
it's all seventh and eighth grade at this point. The board agreed to do it for many of the seventh and eighth graders last year, well, for the 24-25 school year, and moving forward would be for all.
Okay, and that's a savings of 2.9. And then there were a lot of problems with there were a lot of line items around DSS. And it said specifically like home instruction. Are we cutting those positions on the master list? It was on the master list. There were a lot of cuts to DSS services. Can you share more of that?
Some of those DSS positions that were teachers who are working out of central office, who will be repurposed to school positions instead of being here at central office. So they're not out of a job, they're teachers, they just will be in schools.
Okay, I'm sorry, it just wasn't noted on the master reduction sheet, so.
I think there were 8 or 9, and they were all teachers that then got moved back into a classroom, in part because we wanted to give those direct services of an intervention specialist to students rather than have a long-term sub in those spots. And then the work that they were doing will be assumed by the managers that are in that department.
Okay. And one last thing, I have received, I was kind of targeted around problems with focus and consistent concerns around focus. And so I'm wondering, how accurate is the data that are we using focus for some of our projection data? So I ended up getting a lot of questions from people around focus is not focusing on parents, and focus is not working, and the data is not as accurate as it could be in comparison to Power School, because that's the only thing that they have to compare it with. But I'm also wondering how accurate is some of our projection data when we say like we have 195 students at Bramble, how accurate is that data when we've had some noted problems with focus?
I feel fairly confident that it is as accurate as we could possibly be. So to address some of the concerns there, we're facing two overall challenges with focus. Obviously, one of those is that we're still in the first year of implementation versus having 15 years of Power School. So our knowledge around the system is still somewhat in a gaining and learning phase. So there's a lot of reports and differences that we run into a lot of challenges with. The data not being accurate is we're not running a report to give us the data we think we are. So we're having that ongoing work, as well as there are some issues in reporting from Focus where, we think we're looking at a data set that is not representative of what we think it is. So if you actually pull the raw data out and you calculate what it is you're trying to find, the data is accurate. It's the report that we're having struggles with, where some people just are still learning the system to be able to get the data out of it the way they need.
Well, the concerns that I've heard from a parent side, because they wouldn't obviously be looking at it from that particular example, but there's more baseline concerns around being able to calculate a GPA, getting accurate information around, or being able to be presented with the information around the grades of their students. I mean, it's more baseline things. But my question is Focus cheaper? Are we saving a significant amount of money with Focus?
We are. I'm not sure. I can't remember off the top of my head what the exact difference is. But I mean, overall, we went through a multi-year selection process that involved stakeholders, both internal and external to CPS. And it was the product that was selected for us to use going forward by all of the various stakeholders.
Okay.
So there was a savings, but in terms of functionality, feature set, it was the selected option to go forward with.
And did we happen to have a lot of parent
We
engagement
did.
with that?
In fact, we did an entire virtual community session that was available to anyone, essentially in the city, could cast a vote on what product that we were going to go with.
Okay. All right. Now, with regard to the need for the vote of all of this, I don't want to go line item by line item, but in looking at some of the things that are being asked of us, I suppose we need to go line item by these line items rather than each line item underneath each section. Is that what you all are wanting, is us to approve the entire master list, improve the impact positions? Okay, do board members have any other questions? Oh, Board Member Craig?
So kind of two questions about going forward, because we potentially will have, not potentially, we're almost guaranteeing that we're not going to get the number that the House passed for our budget, based on at least the reporting I'm seeing so far. The House and the Senate ain't getting along on this committee so far before they even meet. So I guess my other point of question is, we pass as close as we can get to the 632 number today, and then the cuts that would need to be done if we had to make adjustments. A lot of these are the things that are going to make, they're just even rougher than the ones we already seeing, correct? And I think one of the things that we should also be keeping in mind, and maybe this is a point for us to think about, is just, are there roles or positions that maybe we ask you to come back to us with that are maybe outside of what is, like, is there things that we're paying for with title dollars that, for instance, maybe we need to say, this isn't something we no longer can do, but maybe we can repurpose someone who's under the general fund, or repurpose some spending under general fund in a different way. I say that all to say, I think we do need to get as close as possible to the 632 numbers so we make it easier, but I think the direction I would maybe seek for us also to kind of give guidance on is the expectation that we would find ways to, like, for instance, the contracts is a great example. There are things that we can go back and say to you to go look at and not do in a contract that we pay out of general fund, but there may be things that, as Jeremy gave a great example of, where we may have to send it back to a school to say, is this something you want to spend title dollars on in order to continue? And then we may be able to reallocate some of the way title is spent. But what I worry about is that we're going to end up with still the same options that come back to us, even if we don't approve them today, plus other worse options that will really affect how we do classroom content. So I just want to know if it would be helpful for us, after we give the vote, So maybe also give a little bit of a feedback as a preparation to what we would want to kind of balance some of that stuff on as the things that'll be really hard. Because I do think that might give at least give you all a little bit of things to think about where we might be able to rest our minds around. Because what I am extremely worried about is that we're going to see a number like 12 million that we're going to have to come down as opposed to like 6. And if we see a 12, that's dramatic cuts to the district. That's going to be really painful. 6 is bad. 12 is worse. And so I just would hope that we can give you some guidance after we do the votes on the rest of it.
That's a great point. Mr. Craig? Board Member Matt?
Yes, thank you for that. I think that's a great suggestion. While we're talking about the budget, I would like for us, I know it's on our agenda to talk about the CRA, but it seems in the TIFs, so it seems like it's a part of this conversation now. I just would like to get more clarity on just what that entails, what the expectation is for us. And I do have some maybe further questions about what are the implications of the CRA and TIF. So I'm hearing that, yes, it would generate revenue, but I also don't want us to just have an immediate kind of instant gratification or win and not think about the long-term implications of that. So if you could give us some context, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. We had a discussion in finance on Friday about what's been proposed. The city has come to us and proposed an extension of the tax incentive agreement that we have with them, where the board essentially defers to the city on any tax incentives, abatements, and TIFs, tax increment financing, that the city and the district together have the ability to offer. This would be an extension of 5 years. So the current agreement between CPS and the city expires on December 31st, 2025 this year. It would extend that agreement 5 years to December 31st, 2030. It would also extend the TIF districts that the city created in 2002 and 2005. The city wants to be able to extend those districts for 15 years from their current expiration dates. The upside to the district is they'll increase the payment that we get for those districts from 27% to 33% of our taxes, which we've calculated roughly equates to the tax dollars that the district should be getting, at least for its fixed rate levies for those districts. And by acting quickly, by agreeing this summer to a deal with the city is willing to extend that 33% increased pilot for the entire calendar year, which that's where there's significant new revenue that would not have otherwise been received by the district if we don't go forward with this deal. I think we estimated $5 million in new revenue. I think that's probably conservative in terms of what we can expect in new revenue. Finally, just some other points of the agreement that we've talked about. There is an open question in the state of what defines residential property, which is something that the city can offer incentives on and abatements on without asking the board's permission, and what constitutes commercial property. So there's a dispute right now going on in Norwood City Schools where a 400-unit piece of property is being deemed by the city as residential as opposed to commercial, and therefore not giving the school district, the city of Cincinnati currently uses a definition of a multifamily units of four units or less. A multifamily development of 4 units or less is considered residential, and anything above that is considered commercial, that we do have the right to participate in the payment in lieu of taxes and everything else. And so the city would agree to continue that definition through the term of the agreement. That's helpful to the district. Finally, the city would agree to consult with CPS on the use of TIF funds to support public infrastructure projects that are beneficial to CPS schools as well as the neighborhood or the TIF district itself. So that's what's being proposed. Again, we talked about it in finance, and I don't have a final agreement for you to approve, but we are asking for your authorization to continue those discussions with the city, hopefully to bring you an agreement in short order to approve.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, what the recommendation is for today is to not have, it's just to ultimately continue furthering the discussion. It is
Yeah,
not around making any final decisions to say that we are in agreement with whatever is proposed.
No, but those would be the parameters that we'd be taking to the city and asking to write up for final approval, both by city council and by the Board of Education.
But we would still, as a board, have to vote on.
You would have to
final.
vote to finally approve that, yes.
Okay. Some additional questions, and so, again, I hear the financial possible gains.
That's
and
right.
benefits, but as we know, within our city, within our communities, there's a lot of development that has taken place and continues to take place. And so I am curious to know, especially with the CRAs, if we're focusing on these like low to moderate communities, right? What would that look like in terms of our student population? Because if developers are coming in and maybe possibly developing in these areas, will that displace our students? Will that impact our enrollment? So again, I'm hearing, yes, the financial benefits, but I don't know if you're able to provide some context on what potential challenges could be.
I've not heard that as a potential challenge to this agreement. I know there's been debate in the city over how those abatements are used strategically and whether their use has not always been evenly or fairly distributed throughout the city. Again, with respect to residential abatements, pure residential, the board doesn't have any say over those anyway. The city can offer those and will offer those without the board's approval. With respect to the commercial and industrial, that's where the board has to approve. But even that, the board's ability to approve is being diminished by state law. So we used to have the ability to approve all those. Now the city has the ability to offer up to a 75% abatement, again, without even asking the board's permission. So I do think there's value in here in that the state is progressively writing the board out of these decisions. This gives us another 5-year period at what we're currently doing, and a good payment in lieu of taxes that we think is fair based on what we would get otherwise. In terms of the development strategy for the city, that's not something we study. That's not something we're generally involved in.
Okay. And so just final question, when we talk about commercial spaces, that could be those mixed use spaces?
Could be, yeah, again, it would extend the city's definition of residential property that are multifamily units, treating anything that is 5 units or more as commercial property. And therefore, that means that the board then gets a payment in lieu of taxes for those properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so I'm gonna ask my colleagues here. I don't see where we need to approve this. Okay. Did you have a question, Ben? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. Did you all want us to does approval just continue as we approve the resolutions, or are we going through individually? What's the expectation?
For me, I believe the things that are on slide 13 need your approval. The sale of property, we just had the conversation about the TIF, CRA.
Well, we got resolutions on here for the appropriation, the RIF, the city agreement, but I'm just wondering what was the expectation? Because it was just listed as a presentation. So what's the expectation regarding this list?
I'm prepared to take a separate vote on each of those bullet points if that's what the board desires to do. It's not listed here that
Correct.
way, but I can do that.
Separate what?
So each item on that list, we can vote for independently.
Yes, first, yeah.
From this sheet, this package.
Yes, ma'am. Because it was just presented to you all as a presentation, but we didn't have a specific vote for each one. Vice President Bolton?
Yes, I think that it's all valid. We also have to add this question that the treasurer asked about the motion that was made on June 2nd regarding the vendor percentage, vendor contract reduction, if we're willing to live with the 13% versus the 16%, which was the motion.
It was 13 million.
13 million, excuse me, yes.
It's 10%.
10%.
It lowered to
was
10%
instead.
because of those three large contracts.
So that's the other, so it is the property, it's the CVAs, it's the cuts from the slide 13, as you mentioned, to appropriations, resolutions, and CRA, TF, and TIF, and the vendor thing, I guess gets added.
I mean, technically, we could do, if we needed to, the vendor thing on the 9th. We don't have to, well, we don't have to, is my point. But we could. I'm just saying, it wasn't listed, we didn't have it listed, but, go ahead, Board Member Craig.
I will say, I think we do need to do any of the staffing votes, because I do think we need to give folks adequate time to
Everything.
both discuss it, but then also figure out who those positions are and those folks and that kind of deal. And then I do think the TIF one, the sale of property, and that might be the only, the TIF and the sale of property are ones that we're giving authorization for them to begin the process, because as a part of the budget, we're going to account for it.
Right.
I don't think it's something we're asking them a specific task. So I mean, like, something like that might be something we could jointly do as a vote.
To it.
Like, have the motion to approve the authorization to continue the negotiations of the agreement, as well as the opportunity to explore sale of property as one vote. So,
Great.
happy to motion anything that needs to be motioned.
Well, I'm just
Working on those friendly amendments.
I don't
today.
know if everyone is, I guess I'll just speak for myself. With regard to the master list reductions, I would like to see where some of those are actually going to other funds. They're, like, it's not listed here where they're actually coming from. But I do think we need to give permission, we need to give authorization for the RIF thing. So that's why I was just wondering, is this are we saying each of these individually, or are we saying the resolution is enough to generate the action for those? That's what I was wondering. Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Vice President Bolton.
Yes, I think if the treasurer is willing to do the slide 13 as separate entities, and to Member Craig's position, we could merge what is authorization, like sale of property and the CRA, but those would be under the parameters, it would be those distinct properties, and it would be under the parameters that General Counsel has given us as to what that agreement's looking like. It's not like we go do something else. And then I think...
So I'm asking that question because when we're talking about the RIFs, it's already a resolution for it. So that's why I'm saying, why don't we just go with does the resolution give them the authorization to do the things already listed, or do we need to individually do those things and the resolution?
I think in the name of transparency, we should make a motion for what has been published, for sure. And there's a list here that's been published.
Okay.
And people are expecting us to vote on those things. And then if it's not a motion on the agenda, then we can add today too. But we have to at least vote on what we said we were going to vote on.
Okay, so we're going to go line by line. And I will accept, Board Member Lindy, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I think this will be a forward-moving set of questions, because once I get them answered, I can vote on the things that you're suggesting, and we can go in that order. Thank you for the chance to come back with just a couple other follow-up questions. Earlier in the spring, we heard a lot of concern about paraprofessionals in Montessori classrooms. Can you just remind me, and I apologize if this came up when I stepped out for a second, where that is?
We took that off of the list.
No longer being proposed.
Correct.
Quick question. Next, so back to the investing in what I think is the most important investment we can make, which is how do we help teachers effectively implement the curriculum. I think this is the most important thing for improving student outcomes. I had just a couple of follow-up questions. Was the administration able to figure out of this 2.3 million, is this is this what we would have spent this year anyway after inflation and step increases, or is this an investment of something new?
So I was able to gather more information. It's the 2.3 million represents only the stipends for the lead teachers and not the professional development of the tools. I misunderstood the information when I put that up there. So that is the same. What I don't know is how much are the comparative values of the teacher tools and the professional development values.
And we're contractually obligated to put those stipends in anyway.
That's
so this
correct.
this is literally exactly what we would have spent. We're just proposing to spend it in a different way.
Correct, in a more effective way, yes.
Yeah. So this feels like a particularly hard call from my perspective. And I think this is going to lead to two questions I want to ask the superintendent. But I come back again to the fact that only 21% of eighth graders who are economically disadvantaged, and that's 80% of our eighth graders, 21% of them were reading on grade level last year. This is the thing that I think will do the most good, not just I think, but I think the research supports that Louisiana and Mississippi that have the highest NAEP results of any states in the country. This is what they're investing in. This is the way we can get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of making a difference for kids. Here's where my concern comes from. I would love, and I'm willing to support, the idea that using district mentors for this purpose is a great idea. And I'm excited about that because it would be a fabulous partnership with our teachers union. What gives me some concern is that several meetings ago, in our hearing of the public, and including one tonight, several representatives from the teachers union came to criticize the argument I was making for why this matters. There were 6 of them, I think, who came to a meeting in May. So I have some concern about the level of buy-in we have from a critical partner in this. Now, that leads me to the questions I wanted to ask. Like, if, superintendent, you feel like you can guarantee that we will have full support from the teachers union to help make sure that the curriculum is taught in classrooms, I am all in. This has the beauty of being a testable hypothesis because I'm going to continue to ask for data on this, and I'm going to continue to ask how it's going, and I'm going to continue to talk about how important it is. And we'll know from our hearing of the public whether or not we have full buy-in or not. So if you tell me that you think we have full buy-in, I believe you. But I feel like this is an important question.
2 things, Mr. Lundy. One, when you stepped out, Mr. Crossett reminded me of the amazing agreement that we have with the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers around implementing curriculum, around doing Algebra 1 as a pilot differently, around your concept and your idea of incentivizing teachers who do that hard work. I think that's huge.
I'm excited to vote for that tonight.
And I think that's huge. And for the teacher today who said that they haven't been at the table, I have to tell you, I'm so grateful for my team. I don't know how many hours Julia Indalacio spent at the table with the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers, including Julie Sellers, including Kendra, including Brad. Hours. They are on board. I'm so grateful for the amount of time that Jeremy has done to take what my ideas and thoughts are and put them in a logical way that I feel can be presented to you and to the public. I feel like the team is on board. For them to pass their contract at 97%. I don't know how I can say CFT is not on board with the direction we're headed in.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, I think this is the beauty of being a testable hypothesis. I think that for this to work, it needs to be a joint effort, and I'm in. And I look forward to pushing this work forward together. The last piece that I want to push on this is I do worry about a world where we're trying to do all of this ourselves within CPS and not allocating resources for any kind of external support. There are firms that do a lot of good work with school districts, helping teachers and principals bring high-quality curriculum to life. That's frankly where I thought the proposal was going to go earlier, was a much smaller number, but that number being invested in some kind of external support around professional development. Mr. Carrasa?
I think maybe, can you talk a little bit, isn't there a principal seminar collaborative with outside support with UC coming up this summer?
So excited, yes. So University of Cincinnati is going to spend 3 intensive days with our principals in August, working on things like how do you work with teachers to be able to specifically implement the curriculum, but even to do more with whatever the best practices are. And curriculum is one area of that time. The majority of the cost for this is coming from the University of Cincinnati. And I will back up. The idea, quite frankly, came from when I was a principal several years ago. The high school principals had an opportunity to go study at Harvard in the summer. It was the richest experience I can possibly think of. This year, we wanted to be able to have more of our principals have that experience. We brought Harvard here for all of our principals. Then I thought, you know what, we should be creating our own a system within our city, within our rich university, University of Cincinnati, who has partnered with us in many ways, including supporting getting our kids to college, and in many ways at no cost to them. And so we began working on this with them last September, October, and it's happening this coming August. And I am extremely excited about that. So I think we have CFT on board, we have CAS on board, and these have not been easy conversations. They've been very challenging, very hard. I don't know what else I can ask them for at this point. Even with them in this upcoming, hopefully you will vote on these contracts with them, to take a zero COLA is helping our budget. I don't know what else I could have asked them to do. So yes, I feel that they're on board. I feel like we have a plan to move our district forward as it relates to student outcomes. And yes, these are very, very hard conversations. People are willing to have them, and people have had them, and will continue to have them.
I appreciate that, and I just want to agree on all fronts with regard to the contract that we're going to vote on later this evening. I agree with every single thing you said, and I'm delighted to support it, full stop. I'm also excited to look for evidence of full alignment on the role of district-wide mentors in advancing high curriculum instructional materials. I'm willing to do my part and give that a chance. And I'm excited to follow very closely the impact that has.
Okay, great. And I think it's great, Jim, that you knew that that was happening, at least to be able to remind the administration. So, Treasurer Wagner, how would you like these listed? You want to just go down item by item?
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you said?
How would you like these to be voted on?
Okay, so how about if we go with the master list reductions, just go down the bullet points, and then we'll cover the things that were already in the agenda as resolutions or motions.
Okay, let's go.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Mapp.
Just a quick question about the master list reduction. So where are the social workers? Is that under the positive school culture, or where would that be listed?
Yes, Board Member Matt, we pulled that out separate, and it's at the bottom of the bulleted list.
Slide 13.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
It's okay.
Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
You guys took the words out of my mouth, okay. Any discussion? Around the master list reduction, slide 8.
One more
Board Member
question.
Matt.
So for the treasurer's department, can you speak about the positions that are being recommended to be reduced there?
There are 3 vacant positions. And with every department was asked to make a significant reduction in their budget. It was difficult for us because we are very heavily personnel with very little non-personnel. So in order for me to meet that budget target cut, we had to go with bodies. And we can't really sustain anything further than that without hurting operations. So the positions that are vacant are the ones that we agreed to cut.
Okay. Thank you. And this is a list from all of the departments in terms of those budget holders. These are their recommendations. Okay.
Is that it?
I have one.
Yes, Vice President.
One
Bowman.
question, a reservation on the cutting of any personnel regarding the ability to get the computers distributed to the students and staff in a timely manner to begin the school year. And also the ability to repair quickly and replace, because I think that is a direct impact on instruction. Where are we on that? Because I know that was on the original impact, and it was of concern to me.
Yeah, so moving forward for next year, we have plans in place that we should be able to maintain the service levels we have for 1 year. And I think I've said this before, that our plan basically accounted for this current year and next year. So we're within that plan, but after next year, we will have a whole different conversation.
Thank you. Something to look forward to.
I'm just gonna say, from my discussion points, I still am very concerned, and I'm not convinced that some of these cuts are not going to impact the academics of our goals and our guardrails, which we spend a significant amount of time. And I'm not convinced because I haven't seen a plan. I've asked for it. I've asked for what is the plan for being able to ensure that we're asking our staff to do more and that things don't get slipped. And so I just wanted to go on note that I have asked for that multiple times, not received it, and I'm going to trust and commit, but I'm very, very concerned that some of these cuts are not aligned with the best interest of the goals and guardrails, only because I've asked for that information and haven't received it. So, are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossen?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. We're doing this in the totality. I'm sorry.
Individually.
We're
doing
just
the master
bullet.
list, master list reductions. Just this one first.
Oh, so I want to go on record with agreeing with President Moffitt. I don't think that these align, but I will say yes, these are the recommendations by the budget holders.
Thank you. Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffitt?
Yes.
Impact positions.
Impact positions is next, slide 9.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So Rob, okay, I was gonna say, Rob, thank you, Rob, you're on it. So the board members can see what slide 9 is. Is there any discussion? Board Member Craig?
Just a question, to clarify, are these different positions from what was in the master list?
They're the same positions?
No, these are the same position.
Oh,
Sitting here, sorry. Yeah, these are the same positions that were in the master list. We had them pulled out separately for visibility as a request of the board in the past several meetings. So it was listed separately, but it is the same positions.
They've already voted on it.
So we don't need to vote on that separately. Okay, thank you, Board
just
Member
skip that
Craig,
one.
that was good. Moving on.
Okay, so the next one is Schedule E, and that's slide 7, Rob.
Move.
Second.
Any discussion? Board Member Lindy.
This may have come up when I was out, and if it did, just hit fast forward. We've run into trouble in the past on Schedule E where people think they're going to get paid for something that there actually is no budget for. And so I think they're operating, to my understanding, in good faith, but also really frustrated. Is there some communication that's going to happen to make sure that to the extent we can, people are just not, their expectations are managed?
Yes, absolutely. So first, again, we're meeting tomorrow, pending the results here, with principals. Josh Harden has been working with all of the principals to help them understand what it is that they have to work with for the upcoming year. This amount will be an adjustment from what had been previously discussed. So there will be an edit needed to be made should you vote to support this.
So I also want to note.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, Board Member Lindy. Schedule E reduction is just the 200,000.
Yes.
Because this slide has other things on it. It has the social workers, it has the sale of property, but you're just talking about the $200,000,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Okay, just to be clear to board members. Board Member Craig?
I just want to also kind of maybe reiterate, the Schedule E has always been a confusing thing because schools are allocated a certain pot of money to utilize, and not every school utilizes it, and not every school has programming or resources or services they offer to utilize it. And so in some ways, we always have some level of Schedule E dollars that just don't get spent by certain schools and have to be either reallocated or just don't get spent. And so what we're doing now is saying from that larger pot of all the Schedule E dollars, we'll do a $200,000 reduction, and schools will then be tasked with determining, based on what their programming is, their needs, their students, how they want to allocate those dollars. Which is a little bit different in some ways, because I know some of the problems in the past have been about whether or not folks felt they should be getting additional dollars even beyond what their allotted Schedule E funds were. And so there's always been that dispute on how Schedule E gets distributed at the school level at certain schools where you have a lot of programming.
Any further discussion? Okay, Treasurer Wagner.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes.
The additional TIF CRA revenues on the same slide.
So we're talking about line item, well, the $5 million, board members. Is there a motion?
A motion,
Go ahead.
I think we have to say that it's about authorization under the expressed parameters as have been described.
Correct.
Okay, if that can be part of the motion, I'll make that.
Second.
So there's a motion to accept this under the express parameters that have been described. Is there any discussion? Board Treasurer Wagner?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Abstain.
Abstain. Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes.
Sale of properties next, on same slide.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
I was gonna say, discussion is, this is authorizing the administration to enter into the process to begin to sell property.
I would say maybe have the authorization to review the possibility of the sale of property, because I think that's the other thing is, what we started with is the appraisal and everything else, so I don't necessarily want to say we're actually selling it at this point,
Correct.
but it is the initiation of the necessary reviews to consider the potential sale of property.
Who made that motion? Okay, so say that one more time. The actual motion on the floor is?
To give the authorization for the administration to begin the review for the potential sale of property.
Is there a second?
And then-
Second.
Well,
Mr.
Oh,
Cross.
Jimmy did.
Oh, okay. Is there discussion, board members? All right, Treasurer Wagner.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes.
Next thing was the spring TAC and staffing RIF on slide 10.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion, board members? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Mapp.
Yeah, so for clarity, how many positions were these? It was 100 and, was it 109 or something like that?
109.
Okay.
However,
And so some of them were vacant, and then the 41 positions, ideally, those positions can be repurposed.
that is correct. And there are, Julia, vacancies in the broad areas of.
Right, so,
46.
yes, oh, I'm sorry. So those 41 people, so the positions aren't repurposed, the people can be repurposed. And the people will have options for what is vacant. So it won't be a vacancy in their area. The licensure area will be vacancy like music, PE, intervention specialist, art teacher, for this year. And then if, say next month, 5 K-3 teachers resign and decide to go to another school district, then according to the law, we'll have to invite those teachers back to those classrooms. So we'll be keeping very, very close track by reverse seniority order to make sure that we're offering those first. We won't hire a single external person until those folks who are RIFed have an opportunity to get back into their licensure area.
Okay, and so I do see the implementation plan that is outlined for those individuals that may decide that they don't want to secure a different position. There will be ongoing conversation about what that process would entail in terms of, I guess, how to phase out or what is offered to them.
Yeah, so if a teacher says, if we call them and they come to the meeting this week and say, and we explain to them that this is the option, unfortunately, we're not able to keep you in your 3rd grade math position. However, we have these positions from which to choose, and they say, I don't want to do anything but 3rd grade math. And I'll say, we don't really have a position for that right now. You're the 10th person down the list. If we get to 10, we'll offer that job. And they say, nope, that's all I want to do today. I'll go find a job somewhere else, or I'll look for something else, or what have you. Then we would go through that process. We would say, all right, then let's explain that you are RIFed. It's not an ongoing, really. It's really kind of like, this is your choice, and if you say, I don't want to do this, I understand that, and I understand why people don't want to teach outside their license. I mean, that makes sense. But if that's what they choose to do, then we would just explain to them, then we consider your position a reduction in force. You are considered a reduced in force, and then we would give them unemployment information and what is the callback procedure and all of those procedural pieces that come into play. So we'll have all that ready in the event that most likely there'll be some teachers that don't choose to teach outside of their area. I understand that.
Yeah.
But if they want to, I'm here to say that they could, because we've looked at this data and sliced and diced every which way to make sure that could happen, if that's what they want to do.
So my only concern is just in kind of doing that work is to, in the event that they decide that they do not want to explore another position, that there's proper resources and supports in place to help them transition out. So whatever their benefits or severance
Right.
package look like, things of that sort, making sure that there's direct and clear communication on how to navigate that.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yes. So we'll make sure that that is very clear, that they have, if you say, that's fine, I'll do music for a year, we also want to be able to support the people that are going to be teaching outside of their area for a year, right? So we want to make sure that that's available, so we'll be working with the curriculum department, working with the district-wide mentors for sure around that to support those teachers. But then if they choose not to remain in the district, then we will certainly have, this is what COBRA looks like, this is what benefits look like, et cetera, for you, so that they feel like they're still, we really still want to usher people out, even if that's their choice to leave, with dignity and with respect and with graciousness and gratitude for the time they spent with the district.
Thank you. So I have a question for you, Ms. Indalacio. Don't sit down yet. You said that teachers would be teaching outside of their area, which would mean that we would have teachers who could potentially be RIFT teaching outside of a content area where they would be highly qualified, right?
Correct. So in the slide that's in front of you right now, that last bullet, the teachers the 41 teachers that are as of July 17th, it could be, June 17th, it could be a little bit different today. But those teachers could not be offered a K-5 position because by the numbers, when we reduced the number of positions, we have too many people in those roles, right? So we had too many by 41. So then those people would teach outside of their area of certification. And so for that, yes, they would be teaching outside of certification for as long as we don't have positions. So I doubt it would happen, but if we had 41 people who resigned from K3 that were current teachers, all those people will be back in their licensure area. The goal is to get them back in their licensure area, and the statute and the collective bargaining agreement require that as well. So we can't just go hiring folks. When we're riffing, it's not like non-renewing. You have to hold that position for the person who was displaced from their position. So if they happen to still be working here, we would say, hey, Ms. Jones, we've got a third grade position open for you if you're interested in coming back to this.
I get it, but
I'm sorry.
my question still remains unanswered. So you could have a person who's licensed in math.
Correct.
But be forced to teach music. I know that's a farce, but it could happen, correct?
Sure. You would have a teacher that's licensed pre-K to 3 or a teacher that's licensed pre-K to 5, because those are the only people that we're talking about riffing, who might be asked to teach PE. They might choose, because we'll have a list of positions and we'll say, do you want to be the librarian at this school for this year? Do you want to be a reading specialist, if that's a role that we have available? Do you want to be the technology teacher? So yes, they would be outside of the area of being highly qualified for this year until unless we can get them back into their licensure spots in the coming years.
I remember when my kids were, because I'm pretty old, but that generated a letter that got sent to parents that you've got a person who's teaching. It's not.
Right.
What are the other ramifications?
So we do those every year. Those are required by Title I. So any teacher that is teaching outside of his or her licensure area in a particular course, a letter needs to be backpacked home, sent home with the parents to say your child is being taught by a teacher outside of the licensure area. And as you recall from earlier conversations, we've had a history of having a number of long-term subs. This will actually diminish the number of long-term subs, but we may end up with at least 40 positions where people are teaching outside of their area of certification. So those teachers, in some cases, we're doing like some more in-depth research on the licensure rules, because there's a licensure dictionary that ODEW puts out that looks at exactly what you can teach with this licensure. So can you teach library with the K-5? The answer to that is no. But what would it take for those teachers to get a supplemental license? So there are some other pathways that we can help folks. If they say, you know what, this is funny, I always wanted to be a technology teacher, I can't believe I'm ending up in technology. My next response will be, well, let's talk about how to get you licensed, because there are supplemental pathways that don't require that you go back to school for that. I can work with them, our team can work with them to help them get a supplemental license, so not only do they not have to be backpacked home, but they end up with, from our EMIS data, as not coming, and that may be something that they want to sit in for a while. And if they do, that's great, but let's get them licensed.
Okay. And my last discussion question, very quickly, do you know the schools that would primarily be impacted by the RIF?
It's all over the place, yeah. So we have a list of the teachers from RIFs, but obviously they're elementary schools because they're K-5. And some schools have several teachers, some have none. I don't have that list in front of me to give to you. Be happy to break that down by schools, because we can look at, if we look at the number from like 1 to 45, just to be safe, I can give you the schools that are impacted.
Great, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Board Member Matt?
So just for clarification, these individuals would be classified as long-term sub positions if they're moving outside of their licensure.
So that was a discussion that we have had, and the union has been very helpful with us, working with us very closely on that. And we've decided to keep them in a contract right now. And the reason behind that makes sense because they'll hopefully then be just moving right back into a K-3 classroom or K-5 classroom, depending. We just don't know what happens, as you probably know. June and July are big months for us for people moving to other jobs or moving out of the district. So we don't know what we don't know yet. We don't know who might be moving yet. So our decision was, in collaboration with CFT, was to keep them under contract for now. Quite honestly, most of these teachers are first or second year teachers, so whether they get paid as a long-term sub or a first year teacher, they're getting paid almost the same amount of money. So it's not it's not like we're giving them $85,000 versus $51,000. They were getting about $51,000, $52,000 without regard to whether they were a long-term sub or a contract teacher, it's just how they were getting paid, how frequently, and whether it was level pay and that. So it also made this whole piece a lot more palatable to the Federation.
Okay, one final question and then can defer to you. So you spoke about many of them will be either first or second year teachers. I am curious to know for those teachers, especially teaching either third grade, fourth grade, or fifth grade, those are testing grades. Are we taking into consideration if those teachers may have moved data forward? Like is that a consideration at all?
It is not, according to the Ohio Revised Code and the collective bargaining agreement. You literally you start with retire, rehire teachers. Next up is part-time teachers. In our situation, most of our part-time elementary teachers are job shares. Job shares are not considered part-time because they are sharing a job and they're getting full benefits. So we have an agreement with CFT that anyone at 0.6 or above is full-time. Job shares are considered that, given that they have full benefits. The third bullet down in that list is limited contract, the least seniority first. That's it. It doesn't matter. This is not like surplusing. If you're a principal and you're deciding whether to surplus, you have to reduce from 5 teachers to 4 teachers, and you're trying to decide which one to surplus. RIFing is a very statutory process. And so they don't look at evaluation data. They don't look at quality of teaching. They don't look at lead teacher credentials, master's degrees. What matters is whether you have a limited or continuing contract and how many years of experience you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I think we're ready to vote. We did the motion, right? It was a long time ago.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffitt?
Yes. Next on our list.
School social workers, slide 12.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Craig,
you.
Mr. Craig. Discussion? Well, I'll go since I really am not comfortable with 8, or I'm sorry, with the 6. I would really feel more comfortable with the 5, which is what we had seen from a presentation a few months back. I just think social workers are extremely important to our students and meeting those goals and guardrails. We don't have 2 social workers per building. It looks like we do, but we don't. So I would propose to modify that number down to 5, see what we can do. That's where I feel comfortable. I'm willing to support that.
I think too, Dr. Moffitt, just a reminder, the initial presentation when we were at 6 is when I think the total number was 67. And that's why there's a slight adjustment from 6 to 8, because the true number is 90.5.
That's where I feel comfortable. That's just me. You ready? Oh, anybody else have discussion? All right, so let's vote.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossen?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Mrs. Weinberg?
No.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes,
President Moffett?
No.
Motion passes. Okay, so back to the agenda.
resolutions.
So we have
Dr. Moffett,
yes, sir, Mr. Lindy.
before, are we about to leave the budget part of the meeting?
Yes, we're going to go to the resolutions.
I have a motion I'd like to make before we leave the budget part.
Okay.
I'm going to motion now that we also invest $350,000 in the budget. We can figure out how to spend it later. The superintendent can figure out how to spend it. But I'd like us to leave $350,000 in the budget for the purposes of getting professional development help from other organizations to help with this effort to support teachers on the curriculum. I support the plan that's been proposed with the commitment that we're going to be full partners with the teachers union to help get this done. And this is really hard, and I think we need to have help. $350,000 in the context of a $620 million budget is less than 1/2%. 21% of our low-income eighth graders can read on grade level. That's barely 4 out of 5 kids failing the state test. This is the cheapest way to have a system-level impact on student learning. And I'd like to motion that we invest $350,000 in ways to be determined by the administration, but to get added support on this effort.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's have some discussion. Vice President
Yeah,
Bolton.
very quickly, just a question to Member Lindy. This would be $350,000 more for an outside, expert group to help us do this. If I could understand that, if we could say that it would be part of what we already spend in professional development.
Great.
I mean, rather than new dollars.
Great. If we can,
To earmark those dollars that we know are already committed in the budget.
I'd like it to be something different than what we did this past year.
Sure, that's fine.
But to come from within existing PD funds is no problem.
That's great. I would like, if I could, a friendly amendment to that then.
That's great. But just to be really clear, this is an investment that we did not make in FY25, that we will make in FY26, that is $350,000.
And that is within the budget we already have for professional development, but
Fully,
different than what we've already committed.
amendment is friendly.
Thank you.
You do realize you're going to have to cut
I was going to say, you
$350,000 of
have to
something?
cut it from somewhere.
No.
But then then that
That's
means
the
that
same
something
thing.
is not getting, something that was $350,000 budgeted for professional development is not getting it.
Then we're changing vendors is what we're doing.
And to be clear, from my perspective, I actually am agnostic as to whether we do Member Bolton's suggestion or the administration finds a cut from somewhere else. The piece that feels important to me is that we're providing help for educators. This is hard. There are groups that are very good at this. And $350,000 in the context of a $620 million budget is not a big number relative to the impact that it can have. But again, happy to take Member Bolton's strategy, but agnostic.
Mr. Craig?
So maybe one question and then one thought. So first question is, and I know we've gone back and forth on this because I think last year we actually cut some of the professional development budget to close our budget gap. And so this year we brought back a portion of it, but I don't remember.
No, I think some of the contracted services were cut.
Yes, so we have actually reduced additional PD dollars this year across various means to replace. So, I mean, I may offer as an alternative to consider if we want to do an either or. So potentially if we can find the $350,000 under current obligated funds, that we would look at doing it that way. And if not available, then we potentially would look at it as a new spend.
I mean, this could be Title IIA funds, it could be a federal funding stream, like
Well,
does
that work? So, and this is part of my, again, I think we can do it on a bunch of different things, but there are also limitations on what you can use different title funds for and how we use them and how much we have. My only reservation about this is that we, even in all that we've done today, we are potentially going to be cutting hardcore next week, 9th or whatever it is. And I don't know that, I just think there's also a concern that I have at least, and that if we're taking away something, so if we're just reallocating funds, then I could, again, I'm fine with that, whatever we do. If we are saying we're taking away something, I think it also still looks weird for us to be telling folks, you got to pinch your pennies on how many copies you can do, how many pieces of paper you can use, how many pens and pencils you can order, those types of things, and then also saying, we're going to take something else away to do it. So I'm actually, I would maybe, my vote would lean a little bit more towards that idea of if we can reallocate current PD money into that as opposed to taking away something at this point, and maybe leave that option as something that we can talk about on July 9th if we do it that way. Only because, again, I do think, I would love to say that the state folks will come back with $0 for us lost. I don't think that's gonna happen, and I don't think the conversation we're gonna have on the 9th is gonna go much easier than today's votes. So I would be in preference of the idea of reallocating current PD dollars of up to the $350 amount, whether it's through, again, whether it's Title II dollars for this year, because we probably won't have some of those dollars for future years, or whether it's already allocated PD dollars to that purpose of providing a professional resource for professional development. So I think that would make sense to me. I don't know if I want to add the second part of it or reallocate, because for me right now, that feels, we're doing a lot of other cuts that are hard, and it just maybe looks different.
It sounds like we got support for the idea of taking it from within current PD. So I'm going to accept that friendly amendment and encourage us to move on.
Great, thank you. So we're at the discussion portion, because I really don't understand how we're moving money around. And I completely support the professional development of teachers. I support your initial charge to the administration to ensure that this is going to happen, and to ensure that she has buy-in from CFT, and ensure that the teacher, I hold her accountable for that. But to designate already restricted funds and divert them a significant amount, $350,000, specifically for this initiative, and I just made a motion, like, can we just go down to, can we keep some social workers, which directly impact kids, which directly impact student outcomes? There was no discussion for that. There was no support for that. So if it can, I'm not willing to support it, because I feel as if it's telling the administration that this absolutely has to happen. She's assured us that it will happen. We'll hold her accountable if it doesn't happen. But to divert funds away from students that directly impact these goals and guardrails, to me, is problematic. So that's my discussion part on it. I don't understand how we can even have this discussion to divert PD money when we, to Board Member Craig's point, are not even finished with this particular budget. Vice President Bolton?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with diverting, changing, or reallocating for the specific purpose that Member Lindy has suggested. And I do think that that does directly impact instruction, therefore it does and the teenagers. So I don't feel like we're negating them. I think what's happening in the classroom and us getting ready for that, whether it's however we work it, I just am uncomfortable adding something. I'd rather, within the money we have, change what we're doing in the already allocated dollars or understood dollars. So I'm ready to to say I'm supportive
Is
of
there any
that.
other discussion? Board Member Matt?
Yeah, so I am, in ensuring that we are developing our teachers as well as the implementation of the curriculum is being upheld in a manner that's going to yield outcomes for our students. My only concern is that what's been presented is that we're making significant cuts right now. And I think it will be challenging for us as we're trying to decide where to cut and stabilize. My only recommendation would be, Board Member Lindy, is if we could possibly wait. Still have that expectation, but if we could possibly wait until the July 9th meeting to bring this back up so we can at least get an idea of where we are after we've made these proposed cuts from the administration.
Any other discussion? Board Member Crossett?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with using our PD money to emphasize what Ben has proposed. If it's a place where other states have seen good bang for their buck, I'm happy to vote now. Is we just repurpose existing PD money so that we spend it more effectively. I'm happy with that now.
Okay, great. Last comment, Board Member
One
Matt.
clarity, and so what funds are the professional development, what fund is that money coming out of?
So we have title dollars that we use for professional development, and as I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of doing the complete instructional planning for next year. So I feel comfortable working to, as we review what we're going to present for principals and teachers, that be an element.
And so with those title funds, how much money already are we allocating to professional development?
Oh, there's a good chunk of money.
Yeah, but we just now receiving our allocations, so we haven't built those budgets out yet.
A question, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. I'm not allowed to do this. I apologize. I wonder if it's possible for the board to consider maybe some slight adjustment there, maybe $200,000. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Sorry. No, I'm not allowed to do that. I didn't say that.
We're going to scratch that from the record. Scratch that from the record.
I think it has to be in excess of 300, in order for it to make a difference with a district of our scale. If we were a smaller district, I think with $150,000, $200,000, you could do something. I think with our size, now I really, in past years, the Title IIA fund alone has been millions of dollars. And I think I want to be sensitive to the fact that we are budget constrained. And so I do like this idea that by being intentional about how we allocate PD dollars, inclusive but not limited to federal funds. Plan could be developed over the next several months as we figure that out. Like, all of that is friendly from my perspective, because it creates a situation where we can invest at least $300,000, $350,000 new in this next school year to help teachers and principals on something that really matters. But I think there's a way to do this that I think is responsive, but also impactful.
Well, does it need to be done today? That's my question to you is, I'm with you on the fact that it needs to be significant. I'm with you on the fact that it needs to exist, first of all, and be significant. How it looks, I think, should be determined by the administration to come back to us with a plan. It could be partnerships, it could be, it could be title money, it could be a mix of both. But I think No, I just think that at this junction, it's unfair to say, that we need to say that we need to see it, but I don't feel comfortable voting on that at this moment when we have
The motion I want to make tonight, as reflected of the various suggestions that have come through, is that the board is directing the administration to find $350,000 over the course of school year 25-26 to invest in external professional development of their choosing to help with the implementation of curriculum.
And the only thing I want to add is for the implementation of the curriculum during the school year of
That's right.
25-26.
That's
So
right.
it's
Yeah,
find
yeah,
it
yeah.
and then use it in that year.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's vote.
No, I like that. Is that a friendly amendment to the amendment?
I'm the motion maker, and it's exactly what I said a second ago.
Okay, you good with that? All right, so she seconded it, let's vote.
She seconded,
Okay.
Ms. Mapp seconded.
Ms. who did? Ms. Mapp, did you
Ms. Mapp
second?
seconded.
Yes, I did.
We don't even remember what we said. It's getting kind of late. So as long as you know, let's vote.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Did you say yes? Okay. Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffitt?
I think so. I do want to also invite the administration to look at utilizing some of our own staff. You know, we created the Montessori program. Maybe we can incentivize some of our current teachers by giving them monies to do this too. But be creative, come back to us with a plan. I think that's what we're asking for. All right. I need a motion to approve the fiscal year 24-25 final annual appropriation resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
This closes out the year.
Thank you, staff, I'm sorry. Take a vote, we're ready.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffitt?
Yes. I need a motion to approve the fiscal year 25-26 annual 30-day temporary appropriation resolution. There's a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Just want
Yes,
to say
sir,
something
Mr.
really quick. I want to say, when we talked about this in Budget and Finance, part of the thing that I said that I would be willing to vote for this based upon is the idea that we would make hard decisions today that would allow us to make what will likely be harder decisions in a couple weeks. So I want to commend the board for making some hard decisions today that not all of us are going to feel great about and not all of the community is going to feel great about, but we have an obligation to pass a budget, and we've done a substantial step towards that. And this allows us some time to be flexible, since the legislature seems to think that passing their budget on time means the 29th or the 23rd hour of the 30th day of the month. So, but it may also require us in the future, I just wanted to acknowledge, it may also require us in the future to do something similar in that same instance of passing something to allow us to adjust for what may be problematic things that come up in 2 years from future budgets, so.
Any other discussion? Thank you. Let's vote.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffitt?
Yes. I need a motion to approve the reduction in force resolution.
You've already approved.
did that
We already did that.
You don't need to do the next two, so you're down to B.
All right.
Sorry, is that
That's all right.
So moved.
I'm just, okay.
Second.
I was about to call the title of it, okay. The CBA update, is there any discussion?
There's a question, I mean,
Did you have discussion?
how many is this?
Oh,
Good evening, thank you. In the superintendent's report, we present for your approval tentative collective bargaining agreements with 4 unions that represent CPS employees, including the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers, Cincinnati Federation of Office Professionals, Ohio Council 8, Local 232, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the Cincinnati Association of Administrators and Supervisors. The tentative agreements are the result of protracted labor negotiations with the union groups and reflect the fact that the district, its employees, their union representatives are all affected by the uncertainty over state and federal funding and the budget shortfall for the 25-26 school year. So in these negotiations, the unions have partnered with the district and agreed to a temporary pause or withdrawal of most economic proposals that were under discussion, and agreed to no cost of living adjustments to salary to start the 25-26 school year. Parties agreed to defer negotiations on those salary increases until November, which will give the parties the opportunity to assess the effects of these budget reductions. We hope for your support and the board's approval of the tentative agreements. We are continuing to work with the district's other bargaining units, the trades and Local 20, and hope to present tentative agreements with those unions at an upcoming board meeting.
Is there any further discussion?
No, congratulations.
Congratulations. Let's vote. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Board Member Lindy.
Just very briefly, this is really good.
It
This is
really
really good. I know it's come up before, but I want to personally thank our negotiating team, our administration. I want to thank our partners at the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. I think the partnership around a balanced budget is hard and important. I think incentivizing great teachers to work in the areas where we need them the most is important. The shared commitment to curriculum, paid family leave, these are wins for everybody. And I just want to say thank you, and this is a long meeting, but like not all votes are equal, and this one is a really big deal. And I wanted to just say thank you and congratulations to everybody who's been involved with this. On the assumption that this passes, I'm voting for it.
Just,
Mr. Craig.
just a point of clarity, is this pulling it out of what is in the superintendent's report and voting on it now, or are we voting on it in the superintendent's report?
Let's vote now.
Well,
That's fine, I'm just making clear.
let's just vote on it when we get there.
Count twice.
Let's just get there. Let's just vote on it when we get there. Okay, so next we've got the treasurer. Oh, wait, what?
You want to vote on that?
It's not in, no, it is not. I need a motion to approve the treasurer's report.
Oh, well.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Craig.
I just want to commend the hard work that the treasurer's team did to put together a lovely, colorful display of information for us to provide guidance. And I don't know if the treasurer wanted to say anything about kind of the updates to the format that we did.
I just, thank you. And this was really Ms. Bolton's idea, to color code the different contracts that are coming through, because the board specifically wanted to know when new contracts were coming. And so if you'll take note of the legend on the top of page 4, this dictates what the color codes mean. So I won't go through them for you, but there is slight correction on that legend. The red section is really a light orange because I didn't like red. They just forgot to change the word in the legend, yes. That's technology people could, versus finance people, right? And so, I don't know if you have any questions or anything, but I can, if I can find my glasses. So the blue indicates a contract extension that is being renewed for another year after its original term. So many times we'll approve a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewals after that. That's that. The green is a continuing contract, so it'll say 1 of 3, or the first year of 3, or 2 of 3. The yellow indicates it's a new contract that will continue into future years. So it's a brand new contract that was RFP'd. Purple is a new one-time expense. You know, like I'm gonna go do a roof at a school or something like that. The red, or the bright, or the little orange, well, we'll have to change that color, is a continuing end of life. This is the final year of previously used contracts. So those are the ones that have to be RFP'd in order to continue. And a white is simply a purchase. It's not like a contract for service. And you can see them in there. Any questions? The contracts that you have in front of you are for next year that are over $50,000 that need purchase orders to begin on July 1. So you're approving them pending board budget approval. So that's why I did the $550 million so that we can get these contracts through and get payroll started.
Vice President Bolton.
I think this is good. I'm concerned, I think I counted there are like 13 or so yellow contracts or yellow mark. Those are new ones for this coming year that don't exist now.
It's a new contract, doesn't necessarily mean doesn't, this might be a new vendor to that same service.
Okay.
It might be. So, for example, on page 5 at the top is a GO4 Healthcare LLC. It's to provide athletic trainers. I think it's just a different vendor to provide for the service that we have already with a different vendor that we're no longer going to use. So it's not necessarily, it's a brand new expense. It's just a new contract with a different vendor.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Well, I want to commend you all. I think this is great work. This has been a couple years in the making, and so looks great.
We have a fabulous team.
This might be some incentive for you to stay a little bit longer, see your work grow.
Net. I will watch from afar.
That's the spirit.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp? Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffitt?
Yes.
Thank you.
Treasurer Wagner, please do your update about contracts for the fiscal year 26 with any recommendations?
That was it.
That's
That
it.
was this? Okay, great. Do board members, have any, no, I guess not.
We're
Okay.
adopting policy.
So I need a motion to approve a resolution adopting policy 2263, the Parents' Bill of Rights.
I'm happy to make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lindy?
Just for discussion.
Yes. I'm giving
So we have 3 items here that are coming out of the policy committee meeting from May. Many of these are actually, thank you for staying hopefully this takes no more than 5 minutes, but they are, some of them required by state law and things that we need to pass in the context of the budget. All 3 of these are committee, remember Mapp has stepped out for a second, but Mrs. Weinberg, you will interrupt me if you disagree. I think that all these have the full support of our committee and are good things to do. Just on the first one briefly, there is a new law from Columbus that requires school districts to pass this Parents' Bill of Rights. I was initially pretty antenna up and worried about this, given the authors of the bill in Columbus. Or I shouldn't say that, I'm sorry. Given some of the national dialogue that surrounds things called Parents' Bills of Rights. As we talked about it in policy committee, I actually think that most of this, just as a parent, as a CPS parent, this feels like things I agree with. And there may be 1 or 2 small pieces that are slightly more controversial, and that the state is requiring us to pass anyway. I'm not sure if people have specific questions about those. I might ask Mr. Hoying to address those briefly.
Can you summarize it? Just what is it the policy basically saying?
I'm going to turn that over to our fabulous general counsel.
Thanks. And again, this is, as Board Member Lindy said, directly from the statute. It's verbatim. It's a policy the board is required to pass. As you said, most of it is things we're already doing. A few, in particular, I draw your attention to the piece that talks about a requirement for school employees to notify parents of substantial changes to students. All of that is right. Changes in grades, changes in academic performance, sickness, physical injury, all of that is fine. There is one point in there that is of particular controversy, and that is any request by the student to identify as a gender that does not align with the student's biological sex. That's the piece of this bill that's gotten the most attention. Again, this is verbatim from the statute and required to be passed by the board, so there's not a lot of discretion here, but that certainly has been a controversial piece to this bill.
I have a question. Was that required by the state to be in there around the gender?
It is required.
Okay.
It is, yes.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? All right. So is there a motion to accept
We had a motion, a
Oh,
second
wait,
already.
wait, this was discussion, let's vote. My apologies.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp? Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
No.
President Moffett?
Yes. I need a motion to approve a resolution amending policy 6152, student fees,
I
fines,
can,
and
I can motion this one too.
oh, okay, yeah, and charges.
So this is, Treasurer's Office, you can correct me if I get any of this wrong, but last year we had given a temporary reprieve on student fees. The recommendation from the Finance Committee is to make that permanent. We had a good discussion about this in policy, and the committee is supporting the recommendations of the Treasurer's Office. So this would eliminate student fees ongoing. Happy to take questions, or the treasurer or the incoming treasurer might have a perspective too.
And these are just student fees that the district charges. The schools, there are other fees that the schools charge that will continue. I want the schools to freak out. That's correct, Mike? Yep.
Mr. Craig?
Well, first, let me second the motion since we hadn't actually done that part. But,
Thank you.
One, also had part of the discussion we also had in Budget and Finance about this is that the cost of trying to go back and retrieve these dollars later, because we had students who were literally going from kindergarten through 12th grade without having paid these fees, and then we're coming at the 12th grade level trying to get these fees back, was not worth it to the district, and the amount of money that we're going to expend to do it versus the amount of time and effort, or the amount of money we would get from it versus the amount of time and effort that was put into retrieving it. So I think it was just giving clarity to whether or not this was something the board wanted to do and was committed to doing beyond just the one year that we had agreed to do it.
So I would just add that I think it needs to be very, very, very clearly stated to the families and students what this is waiving. Because I could very easily see our Montessori families or our families that have extra fees that are attached say, hey, no, there's not supposed to be fees, because it was not clearly stated around what fees are being waived. I know that I'm engaged, I'm pretty interested, so I know what fees we're talking about, but I would just invite the administration to make a very clear campaign as to what is being waived, what the expectation is, and what parents are still going to be required to pay, especially those that attend schools where there are outside fees for like trips, and they still must pay for computers. They still, things that they break, they are still going to be required to pay for those things. So I just would make sure that it's clearly in the code of conduct and that it's also clearly stated on our website, wherever we need it to be, it needs to be very clear. The fees are being waived, not all fees, just CPS charged fees. Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. I need a motion to approve a resolution adopting policy 6215, cash balances. Is there a
So
motion?
moved. Second.
Who was the first?
I so moved it.
Okay, and we got a second discussion? Mr. Lindy, I'm sure it's you.
I seconded, yeah, I do want to invite, I realize I don't need to hog the mic. If Ms. Mapp or Mrs. Weinberg want to share about why we recommend this policy forward, either of you are welcome to do so.
They're out of gas.
Doing great.
Okay. Don't say I didn't offer. This is good, this is important, I'm really glad we're doing this. This requires CPS to grow a cash balance in the direction of 60 days, but starting small. So this year we do 500,000 to $1 million. I think we've all seen presentations from the treasurer. I think, has everybody seen those, or just policy and finance?
Just policy and finance, I think.
But that's everybody except Dr. Moffett. So that covers, she can just trust us. This is a good idea. But we've had we want to make sure we are always maintaining enough cash on hand to be able to cover 60 days of expenses. We do not have that currently. We want to move in that direction. This sets us moving with a right-sized amount for this next fiscal year.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Let's get a vote.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes.
Thank you.
Board Vice President Bolton, please present policy 7250, process for naming or renaming buildings.
Yes, this is not a policy for adoption, but if some of you will recall, I think 2 or 3 sessions ago, I had made the mistake of suggesting that the naming of the buildings or campuses or parts of a building was something that the policy committee takes responsibility for. And I believe policy came back and said, no, actually, it's not our responsibility. It's a full board responsibility. And so I wanted to bring this to us because I think we have at least one major naming that probably needs to take place at Roberts regarding the health, school-based health center there. And we have a proposal for a first reading because you need a first reading if action for the board does not start in a committee. And since naming of a building or an area, it doesn't necessitate a committee action, a first reading would be good for the board to see. And so this is wanted to talk about that policy, then also introduce the first reading, not for a vote, but for the first reading regarding the naming of the Roberts Health Center. You have the presentation, the resolution that would be proposed. I think General Counsel has put together an admirable resolution. I think it was possible to capture the qualities of Darlene Kamine, but I think they've done it. And hopefully this first reading, and then sometime later this summer, we would then vote on it as a second reading. And I know there's going to be an official, more public ribbon cutting that occurred, that even occurred with 100 and some people there last month. And so needed to remind everybody about the policy, remind everybody that policy came back and said it's a full board action, and then give the first reading regarding Darlene Kamine's, and we've talked about that at least twice before, kind of informally in public. And then I have also realized, and I think we all have, that we may have more namings that might be needed based upon marketing as it pertains to the 6 middle schools, and certainly some other issues. I don't know if we've voted against, I don't know if we've cut the New Tech connection yet with Aiken or what have you, so that name might have to be changed. So this is work for later on, but that's the process by which we would need to go. And I do have I think board staff was able to put something together. Here's a new rendition of possible names for a number of these schools. And this is totally informal and totally just for your perusal. But we do need to have the first reading and discussion about whether or not to proceed regarding the naming of the health clinic at Roberts.
Okay, so this was the first reading. This is a process. I'm gonna ask the superintendent, we didn't have this, when we discussed in our meeting, we didn't have this on because you made mention that you wanted to involve the LSDMCs and the school administrators in the naming of the buildings. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's true. Initially, when I was asked to reach out to the principals about this, they were in the process of kind of building their school teams. And so now that things are getting a little bit more solidified, I think it would be fine, but I didn't feel prepared initially.
Okay, so these are some suggestions. I think board members can kind of peruse them.
Right.
Board Member Lindy?
When do we have to make this decision?
Which decision?
Naming the schools?
Oh, we're not, no decision has been made, but
These are
the
just-
idea.
I was asking when.
When does it have to be?
Well, originally, when I was drafting the agenda, I was under the impression that that the schools were not going to be named until after the school year started and parents were involved in the process in addition to the
exactly
staff. So I would assume sometime fall quarter.
That'd be great.
That's great. I think it was really helpful for me in policy committee to read the policy about the naming of the schools. And given the timeline, it just makes me want to request some information from the administration. And it's nice that there's no rush. But in the policy, it says requests for naming school facilities shall include written recommendation from the school's LSDMCs, written recommendations from the community, written recommendations from public-private partnerships. So as we think about this, it'd be nice if we could, and this is not urgent, we have months to do this, but at some point to get a package that says, here's what the policy requires, here's where those things are. And then also in A, it talks about the board shall maintain a balance in the demographics of persons who have schools and facilities named for them. I can imagine a nice table that shows here's what the current distribution looks like across the district. So as we think through different naming options, we can see if that stays the same or changes and in what ways. There's no rush on this, but I think the policy paints a nice picture of the information it'd be helpful for us to have.
I'd like to react to that.
Vice President Vogt.
We do have that chart from a couple of years ago when we really were desperately trying to make sure that we had not, over time, over 200 years, had not named one of our schools after somebody that would be despicable or bad. So we've done that, but the demographic distribution is particularly important, and we added that to this policy because it was disproportionate, not surprisingly, Caucasian men. There were very few schools that were named for women. As a matter of fact, ones that were named for women, I think at least two of the three, there was also a man's name associated with the name of the school as well. So these are all things that we have time to do. I think it is important to note, though, that the specific responsibility for naming any of our areas or campus or buildings specifically rests with the board. But the idea of gathering as much information from everywhere and being sensitive to capturing our history and capturing the demographics of our communities, I think is crucial. So it's a fun thing to do.
Any other discussion? Board Member Grosset, you can go first.
I just want to emphasize the public-private partnership, that would be sure to do that, because there is sort of a science to naming, especially in regards to marketing, and hopefully that we can incorporate that into the process.
Thank you. Mr. Craig?
Just the only two thoughts I was going to add is one is kind of going to policy that Board Member Lindy already stated, which I think we do need to incorporate the LSCMCs and the parents in the school into their process, because any name changes would also have to be something that the school would be able to champion and value. And that we are also maybe more consistent, not so much with having versus middle school versus junior high, but like really what the school is. Because I could see, I know one of the issues that was raised, I think it was one of the speakers today, talked about calling it school, middle school, it has pre-K in it, doesn't sound as normal as maybe an elementary school or something else that might be more reflective of what's in there. And then the second thing is any one of the schools or any schools or facilities that we would name after a person, just ensuring that we've spoke to either the person or the family to ensure that they have their support as to the particular place carrying the name. I know it's been a struggle sometimes when we've tried to do it with folks in the past, because some of the buildings we've named have not always had a family member who is readily available in the community or in the city, and so it's just generally nicer to be able to have them there present whenever we've passed a resolution to give support to either naming or renaming a school after an individual. I think that's a little bit, gives a different feel to it.
Any other discussion? Thank you.
I would just reference, I know there's in a couple of months, we do need to do the Darlene K-Mine thing, but more importantly, there's even another building on the Aiken campus, and I think we've already agreed with that public-private partnership to name it. So we've done that, and that will be going through the process. So this is really kind of timely in that we have some exciting things going on.
All right.
Do we have to vote on this first reading tonight?
No,
It's just, we just get to share a first reading.
all right. Any other discussion? Are we all good? All right, so board members, are there any assignments? Board member Lindy.
Thank you. This is the topic that came up during hearing of the public, but I wanted to come back to it, which is just the role that CPS is or is not playing to be supportive of immigrant families. I know we've talked about this. We've actually done some things in both being, I think, clear with our staff about our policies and about our support for immigrant families, also with the resolution that we passed. So I'm not coming here saying we've done nothing, quite the contrary. However, I would like to figure out if there are ways we can do more. And the suggestion I was going to make, and this is not, the assignment I would like to make is not go do X. It's could you respond to this idea with your reactions, like this idea, don't like this idea, have an alternative proposal. But what if there were some task force at CPS that were charged with staying closely in touch, particularly in schools that serve a high share of immigrant families, and also with local experts whose whole organizations focus on how to support immigrant families, to brainstorm what are things within, there's some things that we are not going to be able to control at CPS, but I'd like to do everything we can that is within our locus of control to try to be helpful. And so the idea was, what if there were some group, teachers for sure, principals for sure, leaders of local external to CPS organizations that know this field really well, sure, that on a regular basis would try to figure out, are there other things that we could be doing as a school district? And it might be that those need to come to the board. It might be they don't need to come to the board, and the administration could just run with them. But I would feel better if I felt like we were bringing the right people together to try to make sure that we're doing everything possible. And so my assignment, if it meets with a majority support from the board, is just to ask the administration to think about this and come back with your reactions, including, I'm very open to other ideas you might have for how to advance the same outcome.
Okay. Are there any questions from the administration, Mr. Lindy? Okay, Mr. Crossett.
Yeah, I just want to agree with that idea, and maybe Board Member Moffitt, I think, has attended some of those meetings. We've got an initiative for sustainability, for the greener sustainability of our schools. I don't think I have the title right, but I think the model for that committee could be the exact same model that could be modeled for your immigrant community efforts.
Okay, whatever's going to have the biggest impact.
Lots of partners, yeah.
All right. I have an assignment and a question. The speakers spoke about the Ohio English Learner Cost Survey recommendation. I'd like to get a copy of that. I was not aware of that. I'd also like to know how many of our ML students attended summer school. They made a mention that students were being turned away for summer school. So I'd like to get the enrollment numbers of how many of our ML students actually attended summer school. And I also would like to know about the retiree hires with regard to the budget. And I know we kind of talked about it, but I want to understand a little bit more around the cost. How much is that costing us, and is there a cost savings there? So, no. Okay, well then, that'll be a quick report. Or just information. Okay. That's it for me. Oh, Board Member Matt.
Yeah, so it's not an assignment, but it is an inquiry. So as we're navigating through the budget process, and I'm believing the expectation is for us to have it finalized by July 9th. Curious to know, will hiring begin to resume at that point? I know that there's some like critical areas that may be principals or that would just need to be filled. So I'm just trying to gauge when that process, since we have a freeze on hiring right now.
Yes,
when that
ma'am.
would
I
begin.
believe that we've continued to hire in critical areas like mathematics, special education. The other areas, for example, what we're bringing to you for permission before we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm hearing that maybe the board will lift that. We'll let them know when we can kind of officially lift that. Any other questions? Other questions? Okay. A proposed consent agenda has been distributed. Do board members? You know, it wasn't on here. One moment, guys. But it is on here. It wasn't in my script. Let me back up 1 second. There's one, well, actually, it's in the resolution approving the subsidy in lieu of transportation. It's in the consent agenda. It's in the consent. So there has been a consent agenda proposed. Do board members, the superintendent, or the treasurer have any exception items to the consent agenda? Mr. Crossett?
Do we have to talk about the union contracts now, in this part?
It's already, we talked about it, it's already in the
It's already done?
superintendent's recommendations, so
Okay, we don't have to do anything more about that?
vote yes or
Okay.
no on her recommendation
Oh, got it.
after exceptions. Are there any exceptions? Board Member Weinberg?
This is for the super recommendations. So page 3, section E, line 2, page 25, section D, line 5.
I'm sorry, can you start over? You're going too fast.
Sorry, I'll go a little slower. Page 3, section E, line 2, page 25, section D, line 5, 8, and 9, and also towards the bottom, line 20, 21, and 22. And that's it.
You're voting no or exceptions? What? Board Member Matt?
Yes, I would like to pull the superintendent's recommendation from the consent agenda to discuss promotion.
Okay. So we'll pull that out. Mrs. Weinberg?
And then I don't know if you needed clarification for mine. So for the page 3, section E, it was no for 2. And then for the 25, I'm just abstaining for all of the ones that I listed for that. Thank you.
Did you have one? Is that it? So we'll vote on everything as we're pulling out the superintendent recommendations. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda without the recommendations in a second.
So move.
Second.
So we'll vote on,
Who was the motioner? Thank you. Ready? Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
yes. So now for the superintendent recommendations that we pulled out, is there any discussion? Trying to remember how we do this part. It doesn't happen often.
Yes, I would first like, since we had the conversation at the last board meeting, if the superintendent can give an update or a review as to the findings to the full board and to the public.
Yes, ma'am. So after your direction, I spoke with the chairs of both the Withrow LSTMC separately and the Taft LSTMC. We set up meetings with both LSTMCs separately. We worked through explaining the policy, reviewing the policy, and having discussion about the policy. Both of the LSTMCs had needs assessments completed, worked on questions for the candidates together, and actually a new learning for me was did a survey of constituent groups, even outside of the LSTMC, and felt very strongly and very positively about the policy being followed. They wanted to keep the initial recommendations, the interim principal at Withrow and the permanent principal for Taft that was submitted originally to the board and then today resubmitted to you.
Okay. Thank you for providing the review of that process for us, and I do appreciate General Counsel responding back to us as well. But per the email that we received and per some correspondence from members of the LSDMC, I would like to acknowledge that I believe that there were some inconsistencies across both schools, which was Taft and Withrow, in terms of how the policy was upheld. I don't think that it was the full array of members on the LSDMC, in addition to making sure that the time frame in which members were able to be added to each LSDMC. So there again was some inconsistencies. And as a result of that, I do think that it is worth making sure that the administration, per our last board meeting, not only review the process, but also redo the process to ensure that there's full engagement from all constituents, to have that full complement of members on the LSDMC committee, and also to make sure that every voice is represented. So I would like to make a motion for the administration to redo the principal selection process for Withrow and Taft by the July 9th board meeting, and to adhere to the full expectation of the policy.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Craig?
So I will say this, I don't think we can do a full process by the July 9th meeting. I think it takes more than that to get folks to reapply to the positions, because if that's what we're talking about doing, we're talking about reposting and having people apply. And so at least with the Withrow position specifically, it's an interim position. So in theory, it will be a new search anyway that can be done over the next year, that would require folks to go through the normal process and steps. I think what we could also present, what also could be presented, is the concept of the Taft position being an interim as well, that would require it to, if there were concerns with whether or not a fair process was done, to allow folks to apply. My concern was saying restart the process. It's as if we are talking about the process will happen in a short period of time, and it doesn't. It's a long period of time, for which we would have to reopen everybody to the opportunity to apply and be considered. And I don't see that happening in that short a period of time.
So, Mrs. Weinberg?
So in regards to that, what would you propose in terms of for the amount of time that
Again, I think
interim?
if you wanted to make them both interims, and then if you wanted to review and have them redo it, I mean, that's what we've done in the past, where we've had a concern with, now I'll use the example that happened, I think it was 2 years ago, where there was a concern with the LSDMC as to how the decision was made and whether or not the LSDMC had the proper composition. And what was done was they made an interim selection, and then they restarted everything all over again. Now, that didn't work out very well for that particular situation, because then they still didn't reach an answer at the new year. But ultimately, a person was selected to long-term be the full principal of that school. And so I think that's something that's been done in the past, where there's been a concern as to questions of the LSDMC, whether or not they operated within their process, or whether or not there was some battle or some concerns within the LSDMC. My concern with saying restart is really about, there is not a timing that would complete that process within less than a month. Because what you're really talking about doing is restarting from scratch and having people reapply into the process. And I just don't think people would reapply and be interviewed and that all be completed in 2 weeks. Because it generally hasn't been done that way, so.
I want to offer my discussion. I think that there's sometimes very much confusion about what board members actually do. But one thing that seems to be very clear amongst board members and the community is that we establish policy. We've heard from the community that our policies have been violated. And it behooves us to act with integrity to ensure that the community's perception of our enforcement of policies is maintained. So I was under the impression, and I shared this with the superintendent at our meeting, I was under the impression that there would be the opportunity from the last meeting to re-engage those LSDMCs with the very minimal expectation to have a full complement per the policy, which is 12 members. And I believe that while I think our general counsel's email in lieu with the superintendent was informative, it also demonstrated where there were some inconsistencies as well. I am wanting to defer to all voices. We've heard from the alumni, we've heard from the LSDMCs, we've heard from some of the students, and I think that to redo the process with integrity will take longer than 2 weeks. But I am for, and I understand that we have to have a principal name for the buildings. I think the administration should take about 60 days, maybe no more than 90, to redo the entire process, ensuring that the board policy is followed with integrity, followed if there are any questions around what should be done. I think that is the board's role to help guide that and to help clarify any confusion, specifically in general, but specifically when there are issues raised by the community around the process. So I am for a short-term naming of an interim, but I'm also going to invite the administration to reaffirm the instructions that were provided, maybe loosely, but now with more clarity, around re-engaging those LSDMCs, ensuring that there is a full complement of parents, staff, alumni, community members, because there appears to be interest, and then restart the process, and then keep the board informed as to what the process is and the engagement that's there. I just think that we've heard from way too many people that are confused, that are conflicted, and that is enough for me to invite the administration to do the process again with integrity, and this time with board oversight. Vice President Bolton, you had a question?
Yes, and the way we have approached that in the past, our past practice, if we want to be consistent, is the recognition that if we're going to do a full re-engagement for a search and an appointment for those two schools, that we indeed do, as Member Craig says, appoint an interim and also re-engage with a complete new process to find. But to do that, invariably, we've had to have an interim. And I'm not sure about the gentlemen that are there. I think, are they already in those buildings, in those two, or?
Yes, both are in the buildings at this time.
And so again, that would even be more aligned to what the practice would be for those two buildings. But if, I don't think, I'll just say it, I'm not that, I don't believe that the inconsistencies warrant this, just because 65 buildings and yes, a policy this and a policy that. We want it to be followed to the letter as best we can, but I think within the spirit of the policy it was followed. But I think it makes perfect sense to do the normal way of addressing this situation to Member Craig's and to the president's position is if we're going to have a re-engagement, then we start with an interim principal in those two buildings and engage in the process so that we can start the year and have the full function for the community.
Board Member Matt.
Yes, so just to take the things that you all have addressed into consideration, my question to Superintendent Murphy is ideally, how long do you think it would be for that interim, before you begin to have a finalized, I guess, decision on who the actual principal will be?
I will, no question, follow the pleasure of the board. But when I think about this, I get concerned if there is like a mid-year expectation, semester. I'm not sure who's going to leave a job. I'm not sure.
So ultimately, I'm asking, would 60 days be long enough to be able to complete the re-engagement process and the principal selection process to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to that, what I would hope to see moving forward, yes, I would want us to be engaged with the process along the way, but I also would like to make sure that there is a principal selection implementation plan that is clear and consistent across the district so that we don't have these concerns moving forward in terms of what the expectation should be for the LSDMCs as well as administration.
I agree.
So it sounds like there's a friendly amendment to the original motion.
There's a bunch of friendlies on here. Mr. Crossett?
I appreciate the need to have, to restart a search if there's, enough community concern about it. I really do, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about student outcomes. And I really think it's going to be a good idea to have an interim principal, somebody who can start the school year and be there for the school year, because I think if we don't have that, I think it could impact student outcomes if we're not prepared to start the school, with somebody there. I'd also be a little bit surprised if you can do it in 60 days. I know you just made that promise, but it's the summer. You got summer vacations, you got to recruit a new member. There's a lot that has to happen for that LSDMC to pull it off. Now, I mean, go for it, 60 days, but I still see some problems with making that happen in that time frame. But just a thought.
So I would invite a more realistic, I think 90 days is more realistic. I would much rather it be 90 days than be something that is unrealistic and it's not met. I also want to share that as board members, we are to represent the community. Community members, I can't speak for everyone up here, but community members from a variety of places have reached out to board members individually and collectively. So while some board members may not have been contacted and they feel like they've gotten sufficient information, other board members have been contacted and the information is concerning. The lack of consistency is concerning to me across what we do. And we've had discussions around, our policies, et cetera, but I don't like the minimization of, well, I feel like it was enough. It was enough for you, but it may not have been enough for other people. And we need to stop doing that. Significant communication has come from Taft. Significant communication has come from Withrow. Now communication is coming from Roberts. It behooves us to interject around things that we can control, which are policies. And so we should provide guidance, we should provide direction. If there's any clarification that's needed, for sure, reach out. But I'm happy for 90 days. I'm also concerned that one of those principles, the licensure doesn't even begin until July 1st. So, there's some serious concerns that I have around those decisions, but I want to make sure that we're setting realistic expectations. Board Member Craig, you have something?
I do want to state, though, if we're talking about being consistent with how processes have gone, what we have consistently said in the past is that you would restart that process and that that person would be in that role as an interim for the year. And I think the only thing I will say about giving 90 days is I don't know a single person who would take a principal interim job for 90 days. That is a laughingstock job to have. Because the truth is, you're not going to be able to make any real decisions. You're not going to be able to do anything of effectiveness in there. Now, I think there may be potentials to do some actions that might be more in that semester range where you might be able to have someone who would ultimately, the process might be completed at the end of the semester and then a decision would be made going to the next school year. But like you're essentially telling a person you don't have a job after 90 days if they're not selected. And I think that's not great security for a person who is currently in a role, because we would ultimately have to fill their interim role or fill their role that they were previously in. And so, I mean, I worry about when we do interims in that sense, because we're likely to say no. That's what I'm gonna say. And I think that's my concern with it. I also would say, if we are talking about being consistent with how the board has operated, the consistent stance is then we would place somebody in an interim role for a period of time, which is up to no longer than the school year, while that search happens. And if that search happens and they find somebody before the end of the school year, the person reverts back to their old position and all the other kind of fun stuff that we've done for any other interim role that we set up. That's how we did with the interim superintendent's role. That's how we did with interim deputy superintendent. That's how we did with every interim person all the way down the line. And so for us to say only 90 days is also slightly inconsistent with what we've done as a board practice in the past. And so that's my only concern with it. If we're gonna hold them accountable to how the district's operated and how we've done the process in the past, and especially if we're concerned with the representation on the LSDMC, so if we wanna ensure that there's full representation, I do think that's the need to have a little bit more engagement time to do it.
I get it.
But I don't want us to get into this process of we going to do it different in this situation than we've done it ever before, and we would do it in the future. So that's the only concern.
I completely understand. I think part of the problem for me is that we had an expectation that wasn't followed by my understanding. So we've lost some time that could have been beneficial, but it could be my
Yeah,
own.
that was the only thing that I was going to add. And so while it's not ideal, I do know that there has been situations, maybe not in this district, but I can attest to that there has been an interim position, and by the time the school year started, that actual principal was able to move forward. So the interim will be in a position of maintaining the necessities of that school until we actually finalize who that principal will be. But again, in terms of the expectation was communicated at the last board meeting with the understanding, or I believe it was the understanding for engagement to occur and that process to start at that point. So now that we're here, I don't think that that's necessarily something that we own. I think that is something that the administration owns. But I would like to make sure that we are fully engaging our community members, because our policies around principal selection and the LSDMC speaks to that. And so again, if we've had significant conversation, significant discussion from members of the community, members came today to talk about how their voices are not heard. So I think it really would behoove us to make sure that we are doing this process with fidelity and create that expectation of how to move forward. And so that's why I recommend also having a principal selection implementation plan so that there can be that alignment and that consistency. So I would be okay with, Superintendent Murphy said 60 days. If you all are okay with 60 or 90, I would be willing to make that amendment.
Vice President Bolton?
Since the point has been made about consistency, I think we should be consistent. But more particularly, I want those two schools to have an active, participatory, able to lead principal. Those are two very, very important school buildings. All of them are, but There's reasons that we need to be highly dedicated to making sure there's somebody in charge in that building. So I think that it would be great to be able to say 90 days, but I think consistently, in order to keep people, because it's hard to find principals, high school principals in particular. I think it's the year commitment is good in order to keep them, especially if at those two buildings, particularly those people are already in place. I think that's important in those two buildings.
So move in the best interest of time. Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Crossett.
I just wanted to, I'm more comfortable with 90 days than 60. I just don't think we should rush this. That's my comment.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that there is a motion on the floor that has been amended friendly to do a 90-day, interim position. And yeah,
Yes,
and
redo the,
re-engage the LSDMCs with full complement and start that process again for those particular buildings.
yes.
Was there a second? There was a second.
So the motion is just a 90-day interim principal? That's the motion?
That is her motion.
With re-engaging the LSDMC and redoing that principal selection process.
There was a second, wasn't there?
I had seconded, you don't need another one because the motion maker says it's friendly.
Okay, are we ready? Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote?
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossett?
No.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I know it's late, and I will hurry up. I will not review assignments. I think we got them all down. The chair will entertain a motion gladly for adjournment. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Did,
do the
we
rest of this.
skipped over the Darlene K-mine resolution.
It was a first
Okay.
reading.
But we didn't do the rest of the superintendent's,
Did we do what?
Oh,
the
yes.
rest of the
Oh,
superintendent's
yes.
recommendations.
Yes, well, we approved we took it out. We took it out. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Your mic. Your mic.
Your mic's not on.
Mic is not on. My 90 days starts today, tomorrow.
You want to start it in July 1st, or
August.
you want to start
We
it
can start July 1st.
July 1st? How about that?
On this motion, and I certainly didn't vote for it, but the motion included that there would be interim principals during that period of time, correct?
For the 90 days.
For at least for the 90 days. So while okay, just
Is that okay?
I wasn't quite sure that,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And the superintendent's recommendation was pulled from the consent agenda, so you
So
still
we
have
need
to
to
vote.
vote. Okay, so no getting out yet. So let's vote on the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Okay, we got first and a second by somebody. Vote.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. And now I will entertain gladly a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second. Second?
Second.
And unanimous